Wow. Hatch Monster,
mod.
do you see this abuse? Unbelievable.
Yeah, these
Oh, no. We're the
It's
ones
just
getting abused. What do you mean?
shooting people.
So damn
Got it.
it.
I'll just get Creepy Nuts' entire album.
Yeah, are you sure you want that? You remember what happened last time you asked for that? People got fucking mad at me
I?
because I flooded the fucking bot.
Just flood it. Go ahead. Yeah, I like my
know.
creepy nuts with my nuts creepy. Alright, let's
You know, Sharps, you gotta hit him with the quabra.
right, hit him with the quabada, quabada, quabada. Quabada.
You mean you can't sing the sword for down to down?
I'm pretty sure this is a anime song
From the last decade.
It existed a decade ago.
What the hell?
Only good times too.
Famous.
Ah.
I terrified of that being on stream. I'm gonna be. I don't know if that could be online.
Oh my.
And he would say, Shobuare.
Yeah,
is
you
not
don't
an
remember
anime
that one
song.
anime?
Which one? Yeah.
You know the one with the people. You know that one.
Oh, the bear
There
now.
has some fairy tales involved.
Fairy Tail is Japanese Celtic rock, yeah.
Hey, I was about to say that. I don't know if that was appropriate.
Hold up, I know what to do here for this.
Oh wait, you're muted, so you can't say that. Huh?
I'm getting them. They're all in my goddamn.
I'm playing a game,
Spotify.
Cad.
Like,
I'm sorry.
do you want
All I hear is
anime
excuses.
songs or?
Wow. Just let it be known, burning is racist towards
I'm
Irish.
on the final fight, Cad. On an RPG.
Here, I'll show you.
I can't be racist against nationality. Same reason that I tell that to German people.
Well,
Okay, and then you put on a Christmas song? We are done with Christmas, people!
Let's go. You have till the 6th of January.
I wanna
man.
wish you a Merry Christmas.
yo, you about to hear the Merry Dandadan.
Thank you, Power.
Start.
uh, hello, chat. I'm actually a lot better today, but I have a, like, death rattle cough. Let me get the tweet out. I'm running a little bit behind here. I was actually playing some Indiana Jones before stream, because I was just like, man, I'm just never going to get to play this game. Feliz Navidad. Also, what Prophet doesn't realize is this is actually in line with Lost Belt 7. It's the whole reason why we're listening to this. See? Chat agrees. Wait, what was yesterday's artwork, chat? Oh, right. Oh, yo. Okay, this is definitely not from the last decade, but I will take it. Dorododoke Rolling Star. Bye, Kimi no fighting pose. Mi senaka, oh. God, the fact that I still remember this. Yeah, I realized Song Request needs some updates, so I asked VIP to put in some modern anime openings. Things that will not have immediately been copy claimed. But this is Bleach's, what, like, 4th or 5th opening? I don't remember. I may be way off with that number. Is it opening 4? Damn, that was a lucky guess if that's the case. Okay, the tweet is live. Do me the favor, chat. Go give it some love. Wait, is my voice actually beginning to heal? Oh my god, it sounds so manly. Oh, my lovin'. Wait, where did I put today's art? There it is. Okay. Ow. Okay, let's get this party started, chat. Hello, everyone. Oh, apparently my hair is a little bit messy. Here is today's artwork. Go give the artist some love. Yeah, today I am way better. I basically, like, I don't have any drainage anymore, so I have a little bit of congestion, and my throat is really, like, kind of, like, on pins and needles, but I feel like just way better. I can actually just full-blown eat. I have all of my energy back, so we're doing good, so... I didn't feel quite as good this morning when I woke up, but now, having eaten, yeah, I feel like I'm ready to go. So, I'm gonna go ahead and get started here. I gotta get my AP spent down, at least on JP. The raid is coming basically on, should be Sunday. I think Trubs is telling me it's like 1 a.m., 1 a.m. on Sunday morning for me. So basically, that's something we got to get prepped and ready for, but we should be okay. Do I need bubble air? I have no idea what that is, Prophet. Or not Prophet, Power. Hello, Zaruku. How you guys doing? Again, I hope everybody had a good Christmas holiday, even though the holiday is technically not over. In fact, for those of us Catholics, it basically does not end until like halfway through January. So I'm still in a festive Christmas / New Year's Eve mood. So I'm going to continue to celebrate, even if some other people are bah humbug. Also, because it's not like I really got to celebrate. I've been, basically on my deathbed the past couple days here. Call me Scrooge, indeed. Gotta make it to that epiphany, exactly. I was in the hospital since the 24th? Oh, damn. What were you in for? Is Ordeal Call 3 going to be permanent? It will eventually be added, supposedly, Mom, but we don't really know. Like, when, right? It's gone for now, but it will come back at some point. At least according to what they've told us. And it's actually at that point as well that we'll probably be able to get both copies of the welfare. Yeah, I mean, if you still want a song request Christmas songs, I don't mind. Like I said, chat, here's how I work, okay? We have basically in America the 4th Thursday of every November, okay, is Thanksgiving. Oh my god, I cannot spell. Okay. Now, over here, I'm just going to use this as the abbreviation. We have Christmas. And then basically beyond that, we have like January over here. I'm just going to say like at the edge, okay? This to me is where Christmas ends. Like once the like the whole holiday season, like New Year's is coming gone, everyone's like kind of like done with their celebrations. People have like put away their Christmas lights, yada yada yada, right? from this period, from Thanksgiving, from the fourth Thursday of each November to Christmas, is also Christmas time. So to me, all of this, Christmas. Anything prior to this point is not Christmas, and I will refuse to accept it. If you try, I will disallow it. But during this time period, A-okay. Okay? That's how I work. That's why whenever people try to jump the gun on me, and it's like, oh, Halloween happened, it's Christmas time. I'm like, no, it's not. I'm like, y'all don't get it. Am I a bit grainy on the screen? I may be. Let me double check. I did actually, right before stream, one of the things that made me late is my camera wasn't working, and I have no idea why. It was literally working earlier today. So let me double check it. Yep. You are correct. Okay. Probably help. There we go. There's like a hair sticking up somewhere in here as well. Okay. Windows 11 loves to mess with stuff. I mean, that's not even a Windows 11 thing. My camera, for some odd reason, if it ever like power cycles, or if it ever like somehow like has a driver issue, it will always reset itself. That's been a problem. I hate it. I wish it didn't do that. It's one of the reasons I have like before looked into getting a better, more proper camera, is so that like that doesn't happen. It's like, I feel like just for like, you know, normal conventional stream, it's perfectly fine. It gives you guys enough detail for my face and everything that you don't have to like worry about it. But I do feel like it could be better, right? And actually, I feel like it reflipped itself. Yeah, it did. That's why it's locked. Nope, that's the wrong one. There we go. Now, chat. Now it's perfectly fine, right? This doesn't hurt chat at all. Doesn't hurt your eyes. There we go. Okay, where were we? Yeah, I'm getting my storm pods done on JP prior to the raid, so I don't have to worry about them during the raid and stuff. But this is probably the last day I'll do it, since we only have like 3 days left in the event. So I'll probably spend all the rest of my AP in the JP event. CAD being distracted by the gravitational pull? Yes. Yeah, you'll notice today's artwork is selectively cropped because, like, Twitch. Kind of just has to be. Everything seems normal? Good. Any thoughts on how JP events required you to read multiple outside sources to understand them? Samrim, Mahoyo. Okay, so why do you say that Samurai Remnant requires you to have read an outside source to understand it? I'm just curious. Unless you're meaning like the actual like collaboration event in FGO, where you're like, like I have to have played the actual like game that's associated with this. To which I would still argue you don't really have to. But understand the setting of it? I don't really think you do. But my God, it's like the first time I've seen Torak log in ever. Yeah, I mean it's just it's a collab. Like we've had a lot of collabs this year. It's the most FGO has ever had. But I think like in order to understand it, like yeah, you might not have like full complete understanding, but I think like basic understanding of like what's happening, I think you do. There was a recent JP post. Yeah, I don't care. Like, and I'm not saying that to like dismiss your comment, Kuan. I'm saying that in general, like people complaining about FGO having collab events when FGO has always had collab events is just people complaining about how many of them there are, not that they're doing them. And I wish people would be more clear on that, because that's kind of like, again, it's people complaining about the number of them, not about the fact that we have collab events. And when you phrase it that way, it makes it seem like, well, then their argument is stupid. And it's like, that's true. It is. Yeah. Like I will say this, right? Y'all know, and I've made this apparent, right? Like I do feel like the main story in FGO flows slower, and we need to have more of that. I think it's the main determinant that's actually like driving the game, for instance. But if the developers, for whatever reason, can't do it, and they're stuck kind of with how they're operating, and they choose to give us collabs instead, I'm fine with it. Especially like in universe collabs. I'm more worried about the prospect of like, again, like after we're done with like Ordeal Call and stuff, if like Nasu decides, hey, I'm gonna collab with Dark Souls, hey, I'm gonna collab with Fortnite, hey, I'm gonna collab with like some other gacha game, that's more concerning to me. We already do kind of have some indication of that being the case with Honkai Star Rail. I know a lot of people are excited about that. I'm not. I think that's actually like, I think certainly in terms of like putting the game's name out there, it's a like smart move. But I think in terms of the game not like faring well from the optics department in a comparative state, I think that's really bad. I think they're inviting that comparison, and I don't think it's going to go well for them. They might think it is, but I don't think it will. And I've said before, too, I also feel like in a weird way that validates anybody that quit FGO to go play Star Rail, of which I do know several people. So. People will see it as FGO yielding to Honkai. Yeah, 100%. That is how I low-key see it. And I don't think it's a good thing. So I think Nasu's just trying to be like the cool grandfather collab guy, where he's like, oh yeah, I'm the creator of this series and people are paying me homage. But like I think he is letting MiHoYo at that point walk over him. So that's a cool version of Old Lang Syne. I'm just hoping JP gets one of the all-day raids like Gouda 8 and Tunguska had. Yeah, I do hope that the raid on JP is not a like, oh, I wake up and it's already dead deal. That will definitely make me go like, what the if that happens. So I really, really hope that if you're going to have a 6-day event that hinges on a raid, that the raid is not imminently killable. That will definitely set me off. So I'm really hoping that's not the case. Do 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 do. I'm gonna be pissed. I need mats. I want to complete the event, and the raid seemingly will be the easiest way to do such a thing. Do I think New Year's Servant's gonna be an OG character? No. I think people that are pissed about collabs, get ready to stay mad. That's my honest to God feedback. Hmm. Really only got the last main event story 6 hours before the event ends, apparently. Oh, really? That's weird if that's the case, but yeah, I mean, I've said this before, like maybe they're doing something on New Year's, but like I really wish that this event goes like 2 weeks. Like even if it's a lesser event and they don't add much, giving people more time is just better. God, Bleach had such good music. I'm not saying like modern anime music is bad, but I do feel like a lot of the like Zoomers nowadays disrespect some of the like earlier anime songs and themes. Like they don't realize how good it already had been prior to their shows. Like, to be fair, anime has had great music like as long as I have known that it has existed. Like even some of the 70s anime has really awesome stuff. Bleach looked out on the composer, absolute legend. Oh yeah. There we go. Yeah, so it looks like this is a consistent 3-turn, which is wild because I thought it had some RNG at first when I did it, but I think figuring out that solution to the first wave has made Seal a perfect, easy 3-turn, even with Merlin. We were talking about this the other day, chat. I hate to say it. My opinion of Seal just keeps going up over time. Like, not that my initial assessment was bad. My initial assessment said that she was strong. And I again, in the video, basically indicated that. I am amazed at how prevalent she has been. The devs keep making her relevant. Like, for instance, we are stuck doing a 90 plus right now. And the devs make it a Saber node. And Seal has basically an Archer passive. That's their own fault. What MP is my Seal? Oh, she's 3. Okay, I thought she was 2, but I think I remember I got like lucky. Yeah, NP3 Seal, like it's not that you couldn't do the nodes that I've done without NP3, it's that I would have had to like press an extra button or two. So it's like, for instance, the node that we just got done doing in the storm pod section in basically like the ordeal call area, like that node can be done by an NP1 Seal. However, because I have an NP3, I don't have to care which like enemy gets NP'd on wave 1. So it doesn't really make a difference, but it does kind of. MP5 Nikki? Wait, who is with Seal? Oh, yeah. Lancer Nikitich. Are you ever afraid of your supports hitting bottom 15? No, because they already are. My Oberon is about to hit it. My Koyan Sky already is. My Castoria already is. My Scotty is about to hit it. My Summer Scotty is still only like bottom 12. So, like, is it a thing? Yeah. Do I try my best to not hit it? Yeah. Have I resigned myself to my fate? Also, yeah. Like, the developer stance of, like, just roll another unit doesn't work when Koyanskaya is the only unit that works for the Koyanskaya system. Like, it's stupid. I don't understand the developer take on that. Waivers bond 15 also? No. But when you need cooldowns, you need cooldowns. So I think it's just their way of saying we're not going to keep giving you free courts. We want you to roll more units. But I think eventually they're going to come around to that mentality that, like, players just don't like the way things are and that they actually feel the need to adjust. Okay, so how am I doing on the shop here? Yeah, there's still so much. The shop has, or the raid has got to give shop materials. It has to. I just don't see how it's possible otherwise. There's no way you could nat AP the rest of this. And I'm somebody that rolled. Like, I'm not going to say I have max bonus, but I basically have an MLBC in every slot. So, and I'm 6 slotting right now. Like, not even using the damage C. So it's like, I don't know what the devs are thinking. If they actually think they can, that you can complete this on that AP without the raid. And it's wild because it does seem like the developers have boosted this, where the nodes actually give you better return on investment than a normal node. Oh, there we go, almost got that. God, this I thought this was an anime song. I thought it was the from the Crimson Lightning. I don't remember which one that's from, but it's funny that this is a Disney song and it's John Henry. I haven't heard this in years. But it's like the absolutely same, like, choral arrangement. Without a new support. There have been new supports, but as I've mentioned before, like when you have Castoria, when you have Koyanskaya, when you have Scotty, it's very difficult to make something that is more meta than one of these three. If you had to ask me, the easiest is Scotty. You can absolutely make something more meta than Scotty. Koyanskaya, though, the way her system works is so unique. Good luck. Castoria, she's so strong that in order for someone to outshine her, the game probably has to be broken. Yeah, and if you did, all you end up with is you end up with basically the equivalent of triple Castoria. So, I don't see them doing that. Which is what Summer Scotty is. Yeah, but even Summer Scotty's not perfect. I remember when Summer Scotty came out, while I said, like, yes, she is strong, I was also disappointed in the fact that she was just kind of more of the same, and that they didn't actually give her broken up charge, because that would have been more meta. Doubly so if they had given her something like party charge. That would have been very, very good. But they didn't. Look at her swimsuit, yeah. Immortal Comp, endless anti-purge NP every turn, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. It's Scotty is the least perfect of the meta supports by far. So I think that's the one. It's like, oh, if you want to make an upgrade, it needs to come in the in the quick realm of things. I'm really not sure why they haven't. I would love to hear the developers talk about why they seemingly can't fix quick. I don't think it's as big of an issue as like people think it is. I think people think it is because, and don't take this the wrong way, chat, but I think a lot of people out there are small brain. I think they look at the quick scenario and they just say like, man, there's just no way to fix this. And I'm like, no, there is. There's plenty of ways to fix it. I've talked about a lot on the stream. I think there are solutions to that. And the reason that people think that there isn't is because the developers haven't given you a solution and it hasn't occurred to the player. So therefore they think there is none. And I think at that point, the second the developers actually do trot out a proper solution, then everyone will be like, oh my God, that's so genius. Like, I have to give them credit because when we were talking about fixing, say, Buster and the issues that it had been having, there were people that were calling for Merlin to get a buff. There were people that were basically saying like, oh, he needs to be a 50% charger and stuff like that. I'm like, no, that's crazy. Don't do that. And then they came out with Koei and Skya. And everyone's like, oh my God, this is amazing. And I'm not saying Koei and Skya isn't amazing, but people just looked at Koei and Skya and thought she was amazing because she had 50% charge and she was a Buster unit. Whereas I looked at Koei and Skya and I said, no, this is amazing because the geniusness of the system and how it was like almost there from day one, that they had always developed and balanced the cooldowns to work for this, is what's actually genius. Like, I'm amazed they actually came up with that. It's something I never predicted. And I had to, like, you know, take my hat off, give them props for, like, coming up with such a smart, elegant solution. Because that really was like, wow, that was impressive. And that's why I've been trying to say to people all the time. It's like, people feel like the devs are stupid. The devs are actually way smarter than most people give them credit for. They're very good at their jobs. But I'm not sure why certain things happen the way they are. I don't think it's because they're dumb. I think it's usually because their hands are tied or they're just like skeleton crew a lot of the time. So I do think they're very capable, very amazing devs. I don't think you'd have a great game, as good of a game as you do have without them. But yeah, I do think like even to some degree, they probably have their hands tied. Red tape, the biggest bane of many organizations. I actually think you're right on the money with that. And the reason, because I suspect the issue for why you don't is one of two things. The reason you probably do not have a new meta quick unit, okay, is probably from one of two areas. It is probably either up here, or right here. Now, if it's here, this is a money situation. For whatever reason, they are basically saying, no, don't do it because we're holding it back for this point in time, or yada, yada, yada. I actually don't really think this is the issue. I think all signs point to this not being the issue. Okay? So, it could be there, but I don't think it is. But then, CAD, what does that mean? That means it's Type Moon. And I actually think this is the case. Because we've heard numerous times before that all gameplay must be approved by Type Moon. Therefore, I think whatever the plan is that they have for releasing servants, whoever is supposed to be the new meta quick unit, they do not want coming out just yet. Because they've decided that, like, story-wise, they need to come out at a different point. And therefore, the issue is actually Nasu. Nasu does not want the unit out yet, and therefore you do not have a solution to the quick system, and the developers are instead trying to do their best to keep quick on life support until they can get it to the new unit. They don't want to make quick too strong. They don't want to make it like OP as crap once the new unit comes out. But they have to literally try to limp it along until it does. Beans, thank you for the 23. Appreciate it, my dude. Happy holidays to you too. Would it encourage rolling for more quick units? Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, the idea that it's like, oh, it's actually Aniplex is the whole reason because somehow it makes them more money is actually asinine. If anything, it's losing them money. So I don't think it's Aniplex. Like, it could be, but I really don't think it is. I think it's actually Type Moon and the restrictions that they're putting on them. It is quite literally red tape. They just need to bite the bullet. Yeah. I mean, and this is a thing, like, so in case anyone doubts me on this, we literally have quotes of them saying that, like, yes, like upgrades even, chat. Like you want Atalanta to get an upgrade, it must be approved by like Type Moon staff, which basically means Nasu, Takeuchi, and the lore experts must approve of any upgrade that happens. That's fucking wild. It is why a little bit like some of the stuff happens that's really good, but it's also how you end up with, and chat's gonna get angry at me for pointing this out probably, but it's how you end up with this situation where they said this. And you're just like, well, congrats, you did it. You made her too fucking strong. And I'm not sure you actually thought about that much. So it's like, I get it. It's like narratively you wanted her to be strong. She is. You absolutely did not anticipate what you were doing though, right? Like, and so it's one of those deals where it's like, this is the unfortunate downside of like letting the lore people run the balance of the game. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's going to keep things in check. But other times it's going to make them go like, oh, I really like this character. Let's make them OP as dicks. And then that unit ends up like busting the entire meta wide open and just setting the tone for every other unit to come after them. So again, it's how you're going to end up with a Castoria. It's how you're going to end up with an Oberon. It's how you're going to end up basically with some of the most overpowered and crazy units in the game, like Tiamat, like Kukulkan, like Draco, like Zerktoria. All of them that are upcoming here are literally a product of that. So Type Moon is holding back FP servants getting buffed then? In theory. Now here's the thing I want to point out to you though. Let's say you're the developer, chat. If you're the developer and you need to talk to Type Moon, and you know that you need to get their approval expressly on everything, which means that it probably has to go to one of the higher ups. Okay. And then the higher up has to come up with what the upgrade should be. That upgrade then has to be talked about back with the developer. And then it has to be actually implemented. Okay? There's a lot of red tape here. There's a lot of like time spent talking about and debating it. Are you going to do the free-to-play unit that you make no money off of if you're the developer? Or are you going to keep proposing changes and say, hey, no, we need an upgrade to this actually really popular and well-selling unit historically? You're not an idiot. The developers are absolutely going to do more with the actual money makers than anything else. Yeah, the issue that's been pointed out with Mellison is that any lore justification you can come up with for why Mellison should be strong means that other units that already exist in the game should also be strong. It doesn't mean that like Mellison shouldn't be. It just means that like when they all of a sudden tried to trot out the lore reason for why like, you know, X character needed to be strong, it literally gets found to be lacking in so many other situations. So it's less to do about Mellison and more to do about the devs arbitrarily applying it. And you could tell that instead, developer-wise, Mellison was a favorite. It's not that it necessarily is like, oh, they can't do that. It's more that like everyone just kind of saw it for what it was. Enkidu and Shishu, for example, should be stronger than. Oh, I've said this before, right? Like Enkidu is strong because Enkidu is like basically a god killer slash like restrictor, right? And I'm like, you realize that Shishu's nickname is God Killer. Like, it's like hold on, like. So yeah, we've seen some really like odd justifications for why a unit should be strong over the years. And I do believe it was trotted out for Enkidu as well. Like not by the devs, but more for like the players in the community were trying to say, oh, Enkidu should be strong because of X and Y. And I'm like, you have a literal god killer and a yandere like Valkyrie who's also, you know, like pseudo divine at that point. It's like I don't know why people are like sitting here trying to make an argument for why like specifically like Enkidu should be stronger, right? Enkidu is also from the Age of the Gods. It doesn't matter if I can kill a god. You can be from whatever age you want, but if I kill you, I'm stronger than you. hence my point, right? Like it's the Age of the Gods for a reason, because gods were like the dominant thing at that time. They were the primary species if you want to look at it from that perspective. But then if you have a god killer, then it doesn't fucking matter. Like any justification there gets thrown out. Man did eventually overthrow the gods. Kind of, but not really in Nasuverse lore. So in Nasuverse lore, how this basically goes is that you have the Age of the Gods, the Age of the Mystics, and then the Age of Man. And the Age of Man is, so like you can look at it from this perspective. You have the gods, the actual like creators and administrators. You have the mystics, which are sort of their creations that the gods left behind. And then basically man, which is the sort of follow-up after the mystics. Okay? So in each one, you're sort of passing the torch. Really, man never overcame the gods in that regard. But in a large way, you could say like, yes, like they were probably partially responsible for the gods deciding to pull back and not be there anymore. War Chief, thank you for the bits. Altera killed a good amount of the gods, right? So it's like, this is again like, I think it's the Stan Lee argument, chat. And what do I mean by that? Well, somebody once asked Stan Lee, like, who would win between, what was it, like the Hulk or like, God, I don't remember, like Captain America or Spider-Man or something like that. And basically, Stan Lee just said, okay, who is the story about? And they're like, well, why does that matter? And he's like, because if I'm writing a story about the Hulk is going to win. Was it The Thing or Thor? Yeah, like the Hulk is going to win. If I'm writing it about the Thing is going to win. Why? Because it's their story. It doesn't freaking matter Like, you're just trying to tell an entertaining story, but nerds are gonna nerd, and they're going to argue about who is stronger. And this is kind of the issue, because nerds have favorite, and they want strongest. They want somebody to be the strongest, and it needs to be their favorite. So they're going to make an argument that, like, well, I grew up reading the Hulk comics, so Hulk is stronger. And then the other one's going to be like, but I jerk off to the Thing daily, so the Thing is stronger. And then at the end of the day, it doesn't really fucking matter, because Stan Lee is just going to keep writing the comic because you're stupid and you're going to keep fucking buying the comic. And that's really all it is. That's a sexy boulder, exactly. Cad does what with his Thing daily? Yes, there you go. That was out of pocket, as always. But no, that's the entire point. Like, if you start to think about it, like, from the actual writer's perspective, you start to realize why things are the way they are. So then, like, why is Melisandre strong? Because they wanted her to be. It's pure and simple. When you sit there and you start, like, debating the lore, you've already lost. You've already fed into, like, the thing that they're trying to sell you on. They don't care that, like they do care. They do care about the lore, but they care about the lore because they know you care about the lore. But that's not why they made him strong. They made him strong because they wanted them to be strong for whatever reason. Maybe it's because it's their favorite. Maybe it's because they wanted to tell the story of that character. It doesn't matter, but that's why they made him strong. Who has confidence in the next Fantastic Four reboot? What did I see? Fifth time's the charm? Yeah, I have no faith. Like I'm sure people are optimistic, but, like, I have no faith that they actually do it, right? Remember Saber's the strongest class? Yeah. Someone clip that, you know the part. It's okay. Chat clips me all the time. Some people are Saber goons, but in this house, we are the Thing goons. I hope none of you get... I hope none of you get your rocks off to the Thing, okay? It was just an example about how nerds will debate things. Johnny Flame versus Wolverine. Oh, I see. The whole Void Shiki thing is true. She's the strongest. See, here we go. Here we go. All right, who would win? Void Shiki or Gilgamesh, chat? Who would win? And then immediately the question comes up, can Void Shiki even kill Gilgamesh? And then we start having a lore debate. But the reality is, it doesn't fucking matter, because if it's a story about Void Shiki, she's going to kill Gilgamesh. If it's a story about Gilgamesh, he's going to kill Void Shiki. Oh no, see? Actually, if Gilgamesh fights seriously, yes. Here we go. Let me trot out the line that I've heard so many times over the past, like, 8 years now. Yeah, if Gilgamesh actually, like, locks in and fights seriously, you know, like, he's got Ea, And he's got like the Gate of Babylon with every single noble phantasm ever under the sun, even though this totally isn't true, and I'm just a Gilgamesh simp saying this. He's also got clairvoyance that he's never once fucking used, and he absolutely would just perfectly body any singular person, despite the fact that we all know that he massively just inflates his own ego and underestimates every single opponent possible, to the point that he can't even see what's right in front of him and ends up losing a fucking arm to some random sussy kid that just decides to fucking chop it off. But yeah, he would never lose. Like I said, I've heard every line on Gilgamesh. I've heard every defense for him. And I'm not saying that Gilgamesh is not like a powerful character in the lore. He absolutely is. But people often overlook the fact that Gilgamesh is used as the antagonist, as the foil, and that he's presented to you to be perfectly strong so that it's so much more impactful when he loses. He also got munched by a little girl. Yep. He's the strongest loser. Oh, this sounds... Okay, hold on. This sounds like an isekai anime. That one time I got brought back to life as history's strongest loser in another world. Have you ever played the Gil path in CCC? I have not, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. I have no disrespect towards Gil if people are thinking I am. It's just Gil is one of those like fan favorite servants that always gets argued about. Because he's somebody that, like, on paper he's perfectly strong, but in the story he always seems to freaking lose. Damn, it's like Nasu's a good writer. Exactly. Huh, it's almost like there's a moral to that story, right? Like, don't be an asshole. It'll make you arrogant and stupid. And then you'll lose. And then you'll go like, Nani? Quite literally, chat, this meme. Yeah, you already know if you already heard the thing there, right? So here you go. You fucking know. I'm a genius. Oh no. It was the writers' fault for Gilgamesh losses. Yes, 100%. You can blame the writers. If you're a Gilgamesh fan, you should hate the writers. You should absolutely hate them because they hate you. Was that Gundam Seed? No, that was Gino Reconquista, and it's the only good thing to ever come out of Gino Reconquista. Quite literally, that meme. Do we have the clip with against Zeus like that? Oh, I have a clip against like Ishtar from back in the day that's that way. Let me see if I can find it. God, the year-long streak was 3 years ago. And here... Man, where are my old clips? I thought they were on my YouTube, but they may not be. Yeah, we're close to a GSSR. We are. JP's gonna have one too, right? Like, wait, did I want to spin both servers down? Yeah, I think I did. Yeah. May as well, right, chat? I don't even think there's another banner right now in an Okay. All right. All right. I'll give it a single. I'll give it a single. Like Constantine actually gets really good after his buff. He's not like meta by any stretch of the imagination, but it vastly improves his usability in challenge scenarios. He's still a 5-star, which is probably the biggest issue. All right, so you guys got Kai and Skya. So there's actually a lot right now on. In case anyone's like, oh, Cad rolled on that. This is a good thing for me to roll because I'm a new player. Do understand that part of me rolling here is me just doing my paid single that I do as a whale, but also because like I go like, oh, okay, well, this is a permanent unit. Like if I can get more copies of her on the cheap, sure, why not? This is a unit that I otherwise don't want to have to roll for, so why not? I already have this unit. I don't really need him at a higher NP level. I never rolled for this unit, so at this point, if I can luck into him, why not? Right? Like that's literally the only reason that I rolled those. Dad getting Nito alter during Draco rolls, by the way. I'm okay with that. I ain't got any gripes about getting more copies of Nito alter. I have NP2 Nito alter. I got NP2 Phantasm Moon on JP. I think it's Nasa trolls the guild a lot. Oh, absolutely. What's up, Rico Do? If he wanted, he could whip out AI. Yeah, and this is kind of the stupid thing that like people will argue about is looking like, well, he has AI, so he's just like, it's like he's not just gonna use it because Gil, an actual intellectual, understands that pulling out a sword that can destroy the entire fucking planet is probably not the best solution to every problem. But lore nerds will go like, well, actually, he should because I really want him to. And that's it. That's all it is. Like, if they were in Gil's shoes, they would immediately whip it out, but they're not Gil. And that's why. Okay. Yeah, let me do the GSSR review here. We kind of talked about this the other day, and I kind of need to get this recorded. I did not get my video posted for today. I'm sorry about that. I actually woke up late because I slept in. I enjoyed getting more rest. That will probably happen again tomorrow as well. Don't look up degloving or degloving. Yeah, probably degloving. Did I already cover the Caldi app? No, I haven't. Thank you for that. I keep forgetting to. Sure you have a drink with honey nearby before I start? I have water. So I will switch to that though, because if I'm going to start talking a lot, I need to be drinking water and not soda. It's pretty damn impressive, though. Yeah, and this is really funny because I've seen people be like, "Oh, well, Aya is actually stronger than like Excalibur," and I'm like, guys, do you not understand that like Excalibur just scales to the threat? So it's like if Gil is sitting there trying to like use Aya to destroy Earth, Excalibur would just like literally power up and overpower him. Like that's it. Like that's where Excalibur doesn't work is in just like a one-on-one battle, not for the fate of the world, yada yada yada. Like Excalibur has all these conditions. But it's like, oh, if it's like, yeah, you're actually just going to destroy the world. No, Excalibur's just going to fucking kill you. So it's like, a lot of people don't understand that, and it's really funny. In fact, not to get too much into spoilers, but that is very likely why, when we tried to blast you Olga there at the beginning, it didn't work. That's very likely as to why. Because Olga at that time was not just an imminent threat. We jumped the gun because Da Vinci was dumb and didn't actually understand how Excalibur worked. At least, you know, like I'm hypothesizing there, but we'll see. Da Vinci should be a lot smarter, but weren't the seals put on by the knights? Yeah, kind of. Also, I think it actually did release 2 seals. Oh yeah, yeah. Like you could potentially have certain ones, but it depends. Like, and without us actually knowing like Olga's true nature at the current point in time, at least where I've read, like there's probably some stuff going on with that, right? Like I don't want to say too much to invite, you know, like super like spoilery dialogue here. Okay, where am I going? So let's go down here. Let's go look at the 2023 schedule. Go back to January and go look at the New Year's campaign. Ooh, ow, ooh, Okay, so January had it last, or sorry, JP had it last basically till the 11th. 20 pools to choose from based on classes and MP types. You may only roll in a single pool. Only premium paid can be used. You get a Grail. I just want to think before I start talking. I feel like this is such a job, though, that they basically inflated both pools by adding Melisson to it. Like, I mean, it's great if you want Melisson, right? But, like, oh man, like, it's like they basically just padded both the single target and the AoE with her. Is it really padding? Yes. You have the same unit in multiple categories, so yes. With paid Sankors? No, not as far as I know. I mean that's a maybe a Trubs question. I don't think they've said anything like that. Oh man. Yeah, the extra classes start getting nasty. Extra support is 10 out of 10? No, I don't agree with that. Hmm. Really weird. They go single target support, quick AoE, arts AoE, buster AoE, and buster AoE 2. So I would almost say that they just did this by class, but then I spy this, and it is clear that they constructed this in a way to balance it to make neither an easy choice. Okay. Ra Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen. Jesus Christ, I love this sea. I love the sea on so many levels. It's just actually unhinged. There's so much good stuff with this. Classic Rio art, indeed. Well, yeah, it's like Bunny basically being the general in the tank. The freaking flying bunnies. Let me just see if there's anything else I really need to mention that's out of the ordinary here, but I don't think there is. Wait, did we get 3 times here? Huh. I actually didn't remember that. It's good/bad for me. Right, we get the new Mystic Code. uh Is it actually human? I think it is. It's human trait, not man attribute. Normally it will not specify that. Right, okay. So this is where we got the 4-star adjustment, but we already have this if I remember correctly. It's not New Year's yet. Okay. We can go ahead and get started. Hey guys, my name's Khadroth, and today I'm going to be talking to you guys primarily about the GSSR. But first, I really wanted to go through just kind of New Year's overall with you guys and what you can expect coming up here in the coming days on NA. And we are expecting a dev diary. I do expect the devs will talk about some of this stuff. They'll probably put out a news post, but I do think the dev diary will maybe cover some other things. So it is what it is, but just basically a TLDR of things is, you know, you can expect the normal stuff that you guys get every single year from New Year's. Obviously, you're going to have Rasputin coming in as our New Year's servant. There is a social media campaign that should be associated with it. I believe that may already be out. We are getting a new New Year's attire Mystic Code. It's actually a very nice one. Gives NP damage up and NP gain. Gives basically 10% charge with overcharge, so definitely a nice one there. And basically gives debuff immunity and a crit start bomb. So not the most powerful Mystic Code there, but definitely a nice one, and you can see it definitely looks quite well. We're basically going to be getting new panel missions, again with some obviously command codes and stuff. Definitely interesting, especially with the Innovator Ear here, giving you the human the human trait, not the man attribute. And again, you're going to get panel missions basically that give you these rewards. You can see you get some nice stuff, including a grail out of that. And essentially, the Da Vinci Workshop is going to be getting an upgrade as well. That's going to be allowing you to kind of increase the amount of embers that you guys can trade for. Again, some other stuff coming back, and you should have a limited time exchange here for the New Year's Lucky Bag that will include a Bond Grail in it. So definitely some nice stuff there. And essentially, like, just allowing you to be able to trade for a lot of the stuff in the Mana Prism shop. We did have some game updates happen at this time, including the adjustment to the 4-star rate, but I believe this has already happened on NA. We are going to be getting new master missions that kind of just give you some free courts. That's definitely nice. And basically, there are some other campaigns here to give you guys, again, more mana prisms, teapots, you name it. There's also going to be a 3-time super and great success chance whenever you level servants. Basically 0 AP for all main story quests until Avalon Le Fay. and essentially just, you know, kind of extending the expiration date, but I believe it may have already been extended as they anticipated this to have occurred for part 2 of Lost Belt 7. Essentially here you're going to have basically half cost Ember Gathering and Training, Field Daily Quest, which is definitely nice, a new Start Dash campaign and a comeback login bonus, and a limited time sort of New Year's My Room background. So basically the big thing that we're going to be coming on to here is again going to be the GSSR. That's the whole reason I'm making the video for you guys. Just wanted to give you guys a brief TLDR there of all the anniversary stuff. Now, not anniversary, New Year's. When it comes to this GSSR, it's going to be an interesting one because it has 20 different pools to choose from. And you guys can see they are going to be divided up quite a bit of different ways here. I will talk about that as we go through. You can only use paid quartz in order to get the GSSR. What that means, if you're unfamiliar and you've never purchased quartz before, is that whenever you buy a pack of quartz in FGO, a portion of it is paid, and then there is bonus quartz that comes with it. That bonus quartz is considered to be free quartz, not paid quartz. So whenever you purchase the correct amount for the actual GSSR, make sure that you're purchasing the right amount of paid quartz. You can see it'll break it down for you when you highlight each pack so that you understand. And again, that's going to be how you're going to be able to get your GSSR. You will get a grail for this in your present box after you've rolled it. It's not going to appear during the GSSR or anything. And you will only be able to pick one of these 20 pools to roll from. You cannot roll like once on each of them. It is literally just pick one, and that is your only one that you're going to get. But it is guaranteed to get you an SSR. Not necessarily the one you want, but it will get you one from the pool that you choose. So, as you guys can see, it breaks it down in various different ways. Basically, single target and AoE for every single class. Though it does get a little bit wonky as we get down here to the extra classes. There's a couple ways that you can choose to think about this. If you're a newer player, for instance, just kind of getting bodies to help you out in a class that you're missing can be really good. There may also be the ability to target sort of meta supports. Again, units like, say, Castoria, or maybe even Koyanskaya, maybe even Oberon as well are definitely an option. But keep in mind that it is just a chance to get them. So you can go after them. I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea, and I do think there are some better choices than others in terms of that. But just keep in mind that you may not get exactly what you want, so just be prepared for basically the worst in case that happens. And that's one of the ways I want to tell you guys to kind of think about this is whenever you look at a pool, don't necessarily look at it just, you know, like with rose-tinted glasses and seeing the unit that you want. Assume instead like that you're going to get the worst, and ask yourself, can you live with getting the worst possible option here, or will that deeply upset you? It's one of the ways I usually like to think about this, because I try to approach this from a worst possible scenario outcome, and then that usually helps me out a ton. Now, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time going over every single unit. I've done that before in the past, but I feel like I have a lot of unit analysis out there for a lot of these units. If you're really curious about them, you can kind of go see. We're going to talk a little bit about each pool and kind of where I think there's some value and where I think there maybe is some like things that you might want to watch out for. So as we kind of go through here, I'm going to say the other way to approach it, and one of the questions I always get asked is basically twofold. The first is, should you go after a unit that you maybe don't have, or should you go after a higher NP level of a unit that you already do have? These are difficult questions. It depends on you as the individual and how you like to run your account. It's difficult for me to answer it, and usually whenever someone asks me this, I start by asking them questions about what it is that they want and what it is, again, that they can live with. So therefore, that should help you if you start to, again, sort of look inward and ask yourself what you can do, rather than wondering necessarily what the correct answer is. The truth of the matter is, in FGO, there is no real correct answer. There's no like, oh my God, I got this unit and not this unit, therefore I'm screwed. Instead, it's more, now you have another opportunity because you got this other unit. I personally, especially if I'm a more free-to-play oriented person, Depending on things, I usually like to have more options, but there are some people that do instead say, hey, no, I'm going to hyper fixate on a couple of key units for my account. I can't say that's a bad way to play. It certainly helps you out in more challenging content. So it's up to you to determine how you want to choose to go about this. Do you want that higher NP level, or would you prefer having some fun new character to play around with and be able to develop and level up? I do think there's some merit as well to getting the new character. Not only does it afford you new options, but it's also going to get you more milestones and things like that to achieve. So you will be able to get more beneficial rewards potentially by getting more units. You just won't necessarily have as robust of a unit to be able to take down a higher level node necessarily if you were to go after, say, an additional NP level. So that is something, again, to consider for your own account. All right. Now with that all kind of out of the way, we can begin to talk about each and every individual pool here. So as we start out, we have the single target offensive NPs for Sabers. This first pool here is interesting, at least to me, because it definitely has at least a pseudo-meta support here in Nero Bride. I think she's a really strong unit. I do think she's very flexible. She can operate as your single target damage dealer, but she can also be sort of, again, that support. She's really good at facilitating looping comps and things like that. She also has the Sky trait. It's one of the reasons I really like her. Benienma herself here can also be a little bit supportive. She's got buff removal resistance that really helps out the party. And you have the Trung sisters here that are really, really strong as well. So for Art's single targets, you're doing very, very strong there. Musashi herself just still has the top damage amongst all single target sabers. She will just absolutely carve through like a knife through butter. And Okida herself is a really good solo artist. I do think your odd men out here are going to be Astolfo and Sigurd. They're not bad units, but they're maybe not going to be everybody's desired pick. So it's just up to you to determine, again, is this something that you want? And is this something you're willing to go after? I do think there's some value here, but keep in mind it is a wide pool with basically 7 different units in this one particular one. As we look to the AoE Saber, I do think there's also some potential here. You've got Void Shiki, which a lot of people don't realize nowadays, especially on JP, will actually outdamage Muramasa in terms of like 3-turn potential. Void Shiki's come a long way, gotten a lot of upgrades. You've got Muramasa there, though, that is just consistently strong, consistently good, very hard to stop, very good in challenge content. And then you've got sort of both Oki-Tan, Saber, and Charlemagne here that are kind of two sides of the same coin. They are both Black Grail looping quick units. And then you end up having Ibuki as sort of your AoE buster charger. Now, I do think your odd man out here is going to be Arthur, unfortunately. He has gotten some upgrades, but he's still lacking. He still needs some love. Again, I do think he's probably going to be the one that most people would be sort of upset about if they got him. So ask yourself if you can get it. I do believe in the future, JP will kind of bring him into the fold, but that may happen, at a undisclosed date way in the future, or it may happen tomorrow. We just don't know. It'll just kind of depend on when they decide to actually pull the trigger, and it may be related to story at that. Looking at the Archer single target offensive NPs here, this is kind of funny because, again, Super Ryan doesn't actually have an offensive NP, so this is actually a lie. And basically, he's not a single target in that regard either. So it is what it is, but the fact that he is here, I'm going to say, is really, really good. He basically is a strong unit. He's one of the best things that you could pick up right here. Same thing with Squirtoria. I do believe that her NP damage could be a lot better, but essentially the way she is, and she actually has an upgrade coming here on an A over this next year that's going to give her 30% charge. She is phenomenal at boss killing and depriving the boss of their NP. Moriarty himself, still a fairly good unit. I actually think this is a fairly good pool to roll because there's just not a whole lot of like variance in it. You only have the 3 units. It's a very small pool and all the units are fairly good. Again, Moriarty here probably being the weakest, and he's still being a 50% charging buster single target that has evil niche. Just really, really solid for him. The AoE Archer offensive NP here, This is a weird one to me because I do think we have some upcoming archers that are strong, including like Durga that would end up challenging a little bit Jarcher here. Now, Jarcher's still a really, really solid looper. Her refund is not the issue. It's always been her damage output, but damage output's usually one of the easiest things to solve. So if you have like Castoria or really any art support, she can work with very little due to how good her refund is. As long as you have something like a Black Grail or something to slap on her, she can still do good damage. Gil and Ishtar are both in amazing spots right now. Say is probably in the weirdest spot out of the 3 units, or sorry, out of the 4 units here. I don't think she's bad by any means, and if you do find her niches to be in play, she can actually pump some good damage for you. But that's usually what it requires. So to me, she's kind of the more niche pick here. I don't think this is a bad pool. I do think every single one of these can be used effectively, but I do think Say is probably your odd man out at the moment. For our Lancer single targets and really our Lancer AoE, do denote that they did include Melisson in both of these. This is food for thought for you guys if you want to maybe roll the dice on the smaller pool being the single targets here, or the wider pool maybe for some of the other AoEs like Breedomart, who is newer, but maybe some of you guys didn't roll, but you kind of low-key wanted. There's always that choice here for how you go about this. I do think both these pools have some potential, and I'm going to say this, I don't believe there's actually a bad unit in either of these pools. What do I mean? I mean that Tamamo Lancer would have been your bad unit in the offensive single target Lancer pool. However, she has gotten an upgrade that has allowed her to actually function in a Koyanskaya system. So I think she's in a lot better spot now. She still drastically needs an NP interlude in order to keep pace. So she's definitely still the weakest unit here. But I do believe she's in a much better spot than she used to be. Again, Shisho still lacks charge a little bit, but they did resolve her carding performance issue on JP now. Brynhildr has just kind of always been solid, and Melisson is both AoE and single target, and sort of like the one that if you get her, you kind of won this GSSR in terms of like, she's just going to be your Swiss Army knife in terms of your Lancers. For AoEs, we have Eris. She's definitely in a much better spot thanks to her NP interlude. Again, Ryoma here, I don't think he's bad, but I think a lot of people don't really value him too much. He's actually really good in the arts variant of the Invincible comp. Breedomart herself is actually still kind of tame. She did get a much needed upgrade here on JP, and I think she's doing a lot better for it. But Quick still kind of has its issues, so it just is what it is. Again, Melisson as an AoE, definitely strong, and Roma has just always been strong, assuming you have the Buster support systems for him to be good. For the Rider single target offensive NPs here, and again, I'm going to assume this is more of a fandom issue and that's actually support / offensive NP, but essentially, basically what you're looking at here is that there are an interesting and eclectic group of riders. So Maid Alter doesn't have any charge at the moment, but her damage output is still really, really solid. I do think she is a unit that probably a lot of people would avoid at the current moment in time. I hope that they do upgrade her in that regard, but I don't think she's bad or unusable by any means, and I do think her card performance is a lot better than most people realize. With regards to Constantine is another like interesting one where he was kind of widely regarded to be one of the worst SSRs in the game when he was added, but they've actually, you know, on JP given him another upgrade, and it actually really helped him out. He's quite a bit better now in challenge scenarios. I'm not going to say you need to have him or anything like that, but he is definitely a lot more usable. He's not nearly the dud that he kind of was before. I do think it really, really helped him. So at that point, I'm going to say he's definitely an interesting unit to roll and something that you can have a lot of fun with now. Reigns herself, she's a 50% charger. She is one of the best like at just facilitating a looper's damage in terms of like just adding raw attack. She's not Oberon level, but she is still way up there. She doesn't have any sort of aspect, so she doesn't care what card type you are. And that's really, really a nice thing for her. I do like her in that degree, and I think she's one of those, again, like if you're looking for a nice meta pickup, she could kind of be a good option for you here. I'm not going to say this is the best one to roll, but I do like the fact that this pool is at least small, so your chances of, you know, again, like getting something wildly random just very, very low. With the AoE NP here, we definitely have some interesting ones. We have Ivan, who is the sort of current Buster leader here, but we do have Iskandar, and Iskandar has come a long way. He's definitely a little bit more operable at this point in time. And we basically end up with our arts units over here with Bakin and Da Vinci. Now, both Bakin and Da Vinci, I think, are actually in a very good spot. Da Vinci is way more supportive to the party. Really good refund, but very low in damage output. Bakin, a little bit better in damage output, but a little bit lower in terms of party support. So it's kind of a pick your choice for which one you would want there. But again, both of them are someone you can operate with and very, very solid. I think they are definitely good pickups. Taking a look at the caster one here. So this is single target offensive and support NP, as you can see. Basically, this is our like one of our widest pools here. It's a 6-unit pool, and there's definitely some issues with it. However, the thing I'm going to say is if you are a new player and you are really craving one of those meta units, this is a phenomenal pool to roll. And the reason I say that is because not only do you have an option for Castoria, who has just recently gone away again, but you also have Scotty here for the quick systems and Merlin here for both buster systems and overall survivability and challenge content, and even Miss Crane, who can act as a pseudo sort of plug suit option for you. From there, you have two at least decently strong single target casters, both Okuni and Ilya. So I think you kind of can't lose if you're a newer player and you roll this. You're going to get either a rare single target caster that can be difficult to get your hands on, or again, a support caster that is one of the things that you probably crave. I think, honest to God here, the worst pickup for a new player is probably Miss Crane, because they're going to struggle to actually have the capacity to use her properly, and she's really going to have more of a niche and challenge scenarios rather than like just generalized farming and stuff like that. Still, again, if you're a more veteran player, I think this is a keep away. You probably already have a bunch of these units, and this is not something you really want to roll. For the caster AoE department here, we do have some interesting ones. Basically, Umu caster, still a very strong option. She doesn't work perfectly in the Koyanskaya system, but at least now with the 5th append being out on JP, she's better for it, as she has the ability to double up her 3rd skill finally. The other options here, you have, again, AoE buff removal resistance with Murasaki, which is definitely a really nice thing to have in your account. That's going to stop enemy units from buff stripping you. And you do have Da Vinci, which has always done very good damage still, even though she doesn't have the best of refund. She still is a 50% charger. She can kind of brute force herself to 3-turning. So I do think these options are good, but keep in mind you have Ace/Tonalico coming out this year that is also a really, really good AoE caster. So it's up to you to determine if you want to roll for for anniversary coming up this next year, or if you want to hold off for, like, say, something like summer. Again, up to you, but that is something to consider when looking at that pool of units. For your assassin single targets, this is another interesting one here. You have Kama, who's a 50% charging single target assassin. That's an amazing pickup. You have King Hassan, who is, I'm not going to say unkillable, but very difficult to bring down and buster centric. And you have MHX, who a lot of people would probably consider to be the worst one here, who actually ends up dealing more damage than Kama in a lot of circumstances. So yeah, she doesn't have the charge capacity. Her kit's a little wonky, but she does good damage. So at the end of the day, I actually think this is another really good pool to roll if you need the single target assassin. It's a very, very small pool, and every single one of these units is good to a degree. The AoE assassin pool here definitely leaves a little bit to be desired. This is a spicy one for 2 reasons. One, as of the recording of this video, Koyanskaya currently on rate up. Roll her right now instead if you can. It's probably safer. But admittedly, it's a GSSR. Maybe you don't have the currency. Maybe you don't have the money. It's totally fine. I understand. But at that point in time, I can say this one's going to be more difficult because you have an absolute dud here. I'm not going to say that Semiramis is unusable, but Semiramis has basically not gotten any love on the JP side of things. Her damage is very lackluster. If you were to get her, maybe you really like her as a character, that's perfectly fine, and you could still use her, but almost every other AoE assassin that you would get is probably better than her at the current point in time. It's sad that they have left her in this state. I really want them to upgrade her, but unfortunately, it is what it is. Shootin' still does solid damage, though she herself only has the 30% charge and has a one-hit NP. I'm not going to say you can't 3-turn with her, but it's not pretty, so it's not going to be the best in terms of raw output. Meanwhile, Cleo still actually really good for challenge content. She has at least got the 10% charge. She can brute force a 3-turn. Her biggest issue has been historically her Imperial privilege and whether or not it procs. There are ways around that, and again, I do think she could still be serviceable in that regard. Huyan Zhou here is actually a very solid quick AoE looper, but a lot of you guys are probably coming forward to say like the Valkyrie welfare, or you maybe have your eyes set on Tezcatlipoca coming out here with LB7 part 2. So at the end of the day, I'm just going to say this pool, not necessarily the best one to roll, even though some of you guys might really want the Koyanskaya here. Your Berserker single target offensive NP, honestly, I feel like both of these right here are great pickups. Kentoki's absolutely amazing for you guys. Hits like a Mack truck, has 50% charge, great at raid killing, boss killing, and just in general taking out a single enemy wave. MHXA, just really, really strong, very powerful NP, anti-good, so definitely a really, really nice niche to have for certain boss killing, though she doesn't have charge. However, Hijikata is probably your odd man out. He can be made to do a ton of damage since he has 1 HP meme sort of mechanics, but admittedly, this doesn't make him necessarily the best option, as it means you have to sacrifice him to get him down that low, or you have to risk his life by putting him on the line and letting him get beaten up. So I do think he's kind of the dud to pull here at the current point in time. Berserker AoE offensive NP may be the best actual pool for people to roll on in this GSSR. Let me explain. We have had pools before where the AoE Berserkers were really strong. Allow me to go through every single one of these units. You have a very, very strong 30% charging, works in the Koyanskaya system Buster unit in Arjuna Altar. You have a 50% charging AoE Arts Berserker that does a metric ton of damage against the Earth niche. You have a very, very strong Black Grail looping quick-based AoE Berserker. You have Mama Raiko, who I'm going to leave till last. And you have Musashi Berserker, who now has had an NP interlude to even surpass Ibuki in damage, even though she doesn't have the charge as an AoE Arts Berserker. And you have Morgan Le Fay, who just has solid damage, anti-man trait, works very well in the Invincible system, and is a 50% Buster AoE. So you have a lot of really, really good options here. Your odd man out at the current point in time is Mama Raiko. She's actually the worst unit here currently. However, Mama Raiko this upcoming year on JP is about to get an upgrade that gives her 30% charge. So even if you get Mama Raiko, she's going to start working in the Koyanskaya system, and she has both anti-earth and sky trait on her third skill. So she's going to be very, very, very strong in certain scenarios. Sorry, yes, this year on an A. Thank you, chat. She had it on JP for the upcoming year is the way I was thinking about that. But yes, so she is going to be very, very, very good. And that's why I'm going to say there's no actual dud here. She's the current dud, but she's about to basically just get catapulted up into an echelon that is similar to Arjuna Altar. So you really can't go wrong by picking this. Even if you already maybe have one of these, you might get another fun variant to play with, or you might make your existing one even stronger. The biggest thing you want to watch out for here is if you already have NP5 of any of these units, but that can be said about any pool. So again, this one just has some of the strongest potential farming capability and potential like just overall usability that really I think every account can benefit from. Okay, so with that, we're done with the 7 base classes, and we can begin to talk about our extra classes here. So the extra classes, I said, get weird. We start out with single target offensive NP. We go to support NP, then quick AoE, arts AoE, and then buster AoE 1 and buster AoE 2. So let's start out with the single target ones. Now, this is another interesting one because actually we just had a buff on JP to Yang there. So basically every single one of these units is actually in a very good state. Even Super Bunyan has recently had a buff, as they have tried to make her, even though she was a less popular character, better performance-wise in relation to someone like, say, Melt, who has just historically always been strong. So realistically here, there's no actual dud. Every single one of these units is good for the class that they are in. They're excellent boss killers. Most of them have charge already baked into their, actually I say most of them, all of them have charge baked into their kits now. So it's something that realistically you can use them very effectively. I'm not going to say you can't go wrong here, just that like there is a lot of potential here and none of these units are a bad unit or have like major glaring issues at the moment in time. So I do think this is a very, very solid one to roll if you're going after your extras, particularly if you need a single target unit. The support NP is an interesting one because there's a lot of variance in what these units do. You have a more meta challenge unit over here with Proto Merlin. You have Van Gogh, who's very crit oriented and very challenge oriented. That can be really, really nice. You have Bazette, who's the only true counter NP in the game. You have QSH, who's a solo expert, though admittedly you need to be very careful using him against anything that can buff strip, but that could be said same of Bazette. Holmes here is probably your worst candidate at the current point in time. He's still a fun unit to use. He buffs you offensively, and he's kind of one of the only units that gives you both defense and invuln pierce baked into his kit for the entire rest of the party. So he can make the entire party have those features, and it's definitely a nice thing, though admittedly he's probably got the most niche kit here. And then you have Himiko, who is just sort of Super Orion, but a little bit more supportive and in ruler form, making her very difficult to kill, but very crit-centric. So to me, this one is a nice pool. I do think it could be really good if you want one of these units to play with, but I'm also going to say there is some potential issue here, and it's just going to kind of sort of revolve around what it is that you kind of want for your account. Like for instance, Proto Merlin is a very, very good pickup, but if you already feel like you're covered maybe by having someone like Merlin, you're not necessarily going to feel the need to grab her. Or for instance, if you already have someone like say Bazette, you may just go like, oh, okay, maybe I don't need to roll here out of fear of like maybe getting another one, when the majority of her kit just kind of functions on having the first copy. Yes, you can get her stronger, but you may not see nearly as much value, especially if you can apply this to multiple of these units. So it's up to you to determine. I do think this can be another really, really good pool, but again, do you actually need it? I think that's the big question you need to ask yourself. And some of these you might just rather prefer trying to isolate on their own banner and getting them that way. The extra quick offensive NP is another interesting one, as we do have some actually very strong candidates here. I think historically your weakest one here was actually probably Voyager, but he's kind of come a long way himself. I do think obviously getting your hands on Summer Scotty is going to have a lot of value there, even if you already have the original, so that's definitely an excellent pickup. Karen is probably one of the least talked about strongest units in the game. A lot of people don't realize how strong she is offensively and how she is a Black Grail looper. She does have some issues with what you bring alongside her in terms of support and needing to be able to drain them of charge, but otherwise you can kind of resolve that, and I do think she's a really, really strong pickup. Dantes himself, still really, really good, even though he's one of the game's earlier units. He is definitely still holding sort of his own at this point in time as an AoE Avenger. And Doman is just, I mean, strong. Doman has always kind of been this way for carding, critting, and charging and supporting the party, basically, especially if they're evil and chaotic. I do think that does make your two foreigners here kind of your odd people out. If you don't necessarily feel like you need a quick AoE foreigner, that may be your issue there. But I do think both Van Gogh and Voyager here basically can be, again, decent options for you. They're just maybe not necessarily the strongest in their class or somebody that you may feel like you need. They're not necessarily bad pickups, though, either. So again, the issue that you're going to see with a lot of these pools is just how wide they are and how many different options you're going to have here, and that you may not get the thing that you actually are gunning for. With regard to the extra AoE arts NP here, we definitely have some really strong candidates. I actually feel like everybody here is good. Every single one of them is solid. None of them really have glaring issues at the point in time. There are certainly things that I could point out that like maybe are an issue for the individual unit, but nothing that's like, oh my god, it absolutely has to get buffed right now. They're in a bad state. Again, even units like Moriarty that a lot of the community kind of derided, I actually think are probably, unjustly sort of criticized in that regard. Moriarty's still a very, very solid unit. A lot of people just kind of have a bias inherent towards maybe, some other neutral looping AoE arts unit. And it is what it is. I think it's just people naturally have a reason to criticize things, but I don't think that they're bad units by any stretch of the imagination. And again, I do think each one of these has great potential, and arts as a card type is very easy to support. So I think this is a very, very solid pool, depending on how your account is faring, and especially depending on what you need. Keep in mind, as we move towards Ordeal Call coming up here on NA, a lot of the focus is going to be on extra classes. So again, having some extra classes in your roster may be something you want to think about so that you have appropriate counters to, again, each one of those classes, and something that you might want to start working towards. As we look towards the Buster groups, at least you get a little bit smaller of a pool, but it's because they split them in half. It is not purely by class, as again, we have it divided basically with the alter egos and moon cancers, each on different sides. So it looks like the devs divided these two up just in an effort to kind of make it so that each one of them has something to offer people. I don't think there's necessarily like any super bad unit here, anything like that. I think some people would probably say like, oh, this unit is bad, that unit's bad. But I actually believe that most of them are in a pretty usable state. They don't necessarily have glaring issues, but they do have issues in some cases. Let's kind of talk about what that is. So Kitan, definitely a strong unit, but you have Tiamat coming out this year that's going to outshine her and outdamage her. So that's going to be food for thought. You have Summer Bibi, who has always been niche and definitely been nice for what her niche is, but it's up to you to determine if that's something you need. Summer Abby, I think, has been derided for a long time. She's never been bad, but a lot of people just felt like she was underpowered, and I can't say that's an unfair criticism in certain degrees, so I do think it's something to consider. Koyanskaya here, especially Koyanskaya of Darkness, not your most meta of supports, but she's sort of a damage dealing slash again, supportive hybrid. I actually really like her. I use her quite a bit in a lot of my compositions, and she does sometimes operate as a replacement for Koyanskaya. So I do think she's still a very, very solid pickup, even though some people feel like she probably could use a buff. I think she's still actually in a really, really good spot, just given what her overall supportive characteristics are. Oberon himself, still sort of your damage king. He's the unit that a lot of people just wish they can get their hands on. He is the best unit for damage amplification in the entire game. for general purpose. You do have other units that can maybe surpass him by a little bit if their niches are in play for what they can provide to the party. But otherwise, Oberon, he provides 70% charge to a singular unit, and basically, again, 20% charge to the rest of the party. He doubles up any source of NP damage. He is absolutely a monster, and he is a good AoE pretender in his own right. So again, I think he's absolutely the breadwinner on this portion of the banner. Looking at the next one here, we have Amakusa. Amakusa does AoE buff strip very similar to Summer Abbey. This is again why they've tried to, I think, buff Amakusa, is they kind of felt he was threatened by her. And to me, Amakusa actually does really good damage, just not in a conventional 3-turn. So if you're looking at one-shot damage, he's not too shabby. But if you're starting to look at, again, like over a 3-turn, he's going to fall off a little bit. I do think that makes him a little bit, kind of difficult to use, especially since his kit is somewhat wonky, but he's not a bad unit by any stretch of the imagination. Buntoria here is going to be sort of your card shuffler. That's actually one of her primary niches. She's a crit support, and she actually functions really well in certain circumstances, but you kind of need to understand how to use her, and you basically need to set her up to succeed. Her biggest issue right now at the current point in time is she doesn't really have the offensive NP damage that she kind of needs. Hopefully she'll get an NP interlude in the future, but this is something that, again, she has had a couple of buffs, so who knows when that will happen. I do think she's still a really, really fun unit, and good unit, though, if, again, you do set her up. Man, Mao Nobu is a unit where be careful who you made fun of in high school, as I like to say. Basically, a lot of people, when Mao Nobu came out, just tried to, take tier lists and put her at the bottom of them and, really, really deride her, say she was a terrible unit. Mao Nobu is now actually your strongest AoE Avenger and just kind of has been sitting there for a while. She works really, really well in the Koyanskaya system, and she is extremely strong. She's actually, again, if you get her when you were maybe aiming for, Arcuate or something here, don't look that gift horse in the mouth. She is still a very, very solid unit, especially for carding as well. And then you have King Protea, who can be a very, very fun unit to use in challenge content, but she's actually gotten a lot of buffs. People are still kind of sleeping on her. She's kind of in the same way as Amakusa, got a really wonky kit to use. It makes her difficult, but the more you understand about her and how to use her properly, the stronger she will shine. And I think, again, a lot of people are sleeping on her actual damage potential and how much she can pump out for you, especially in a challenge run as well. And then Arcuate herself here, just kind of 100% charging AoE Buster Queen here. Not necessarily the highest in terms of damage, not by any stretch of the imagination, but given the fact you can 3-turn with her with Black Grail, she's definitely come a long way, especially now with the 5th Append allowing her to work with a double Koyanskaya Oberon setup, not needing to take any sort of cooldown reduction or anything like that. She is definitely in a much, much better spot now on JP, and definitely a little bit of a monster in that regard. So again, I do think each one of these has their drawbacks for each of these two pools. They're not necessarily the best pick, especially if you're just kind of eyeing Oberon. I do think there's some potential here between Koyami and Oberon, and maybe too much for a lot of people to handle. I do think, again, if you also want the niche here on Summer BB, this cannot be the worst sort of pool to roll. But ultimately, just understand, remember, you have the choice to make between, hey, do I roll this and can I accept what I'm going to get if it's not what I desire? That's something, again, each of you need to ask yourself. So overall, for these pools, I do think there's some really, really good ones. I think, like we said, some of the best ones are the smaller pools that just have tight-knit, sort of good units in them. But you do have some pretty crazy ones like the Berserker AoE that are, again, just amazing. Let me know what you guys think about each of these pools. Which one do you think is the strongest? Which one will you be rolling for? And who is your targeted unit in that pool? I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts, and I will see you guys for the next one. Good luck on your GSSRs, and have a happy new year. Okay. That actually didn't take that long. I'm glad I actually did kind of go over every unit, but not super in depth. Just with hey, here's my thoughts on them. Here's how I actually feel like they're going to do. You said Van Gogh was in 2 GSSR pools? Did I? Oh, did I call her Van Gogh? Clue got a charge off. Yeah, I know. And it does help her. Start over? No. I'll put in the comments on the video like, hey, when I said Van Gogh, I actually meant Malay. Like, it's fine. People understand. Like, especially when I'm like sitting here talking about this and I'm like, Van Gogh, people are like, huh? You know. Chat, there's so many units. I think I actually did a really good job recalling all their names off the top of my head. I think the only one I actually stumbled over was for a second there I stumbled on remembering Voyager. But yeah, I clearly like totally forgot Molay's name. Okay, Dark just needs a skill 2 buff more than anything. Yeah, I think a lot of people like get way bent out of shape about Koyami's performance. It's actually stellar, and a lot of people are like literally missing the forest for the trees on Koyami. And again, I say this as somebody that uses her currently in one of the nodes that I am running. Like, I have used her actually quite a bit. I think some people say like, oh, I never use her, she needs a buff, and I'm like, that's your own fault. I'm using her plenty. Like, I don't know. It's just been a thing. And actually, yeah, she was literally one of the solutions for the lotto, like 90 plus. So the JP lotto that just happened, there was a 90 plus and a 90 plus plus. The 90 plus plus was kind of shit for a lot of people, so a lot of people ran 90 plus. There was a composition for the 90 plus that was literally double Koyami Arcuid. And it was like 3 to 4 button presses depending on the NP levels. If you only had an NP1 Koyami, it was 4 button presses. If you had NP2 or higher, it was 3. Sorry, I think it was NP3 or higher. It was 3. So it's like, yeah, people sit there and be like, oh, she's crap. Like, she needs an upgrade. I'm like, no, she's not. Like, and yeah, let me say this as well. When people start screaming for an upgrade for a unit when they're not actually, like, performing bad, let's state it for what it is. They just really like the unit. They're a simp for that unit. That's all it is. It's the same thing for me when I'm, like, sitting here saying she needs more MP damage. I use her in so many effective ways. She is a monster. But she's a monster of my own making. Not everybody's going to have invested in her to the degree that I have. That's why, like, I can kind of scale that back and say, like, yeah, she still needs this, like, damage upgrade. Because, like, when you're the person with, like, a level 90 NP1 Buntoria, yeah, no, she's not doing the same things my Buntoria is doing. But she still has that capability to do a lot of similar stuff. So it's like, we can look at that, but we can see it's like, yeah, sometimes people just let their favoritism get in the way, and they, like, again, they miss that forest that's, like, right there in front of them because they're looking at each individual tree. And it's like, you do not see there's an entire forest right behind it. I think a unit overall can be good, but also have a flaw that needs to be fixed. Yeah, I do too. Like, if you want to tell me, like, hey, does Koyami need some sort of, like, addressment to, like, her niche? I think that's true. Like, I would love to see this do a little bit more here than what it is, because I do feel like this can be nice if you're using her as the main DPS in a challenge scenario where you're, like, kind of knock down, drag out over multiple turns and not just 3 turning. But I think this gets kind of difficult with it just being overcharge and animal characteristic centric, especially since, as we've talked about before, they've been kind of stingy on who actually has animal characteristics. But I think, like, this is not bad by any stretch of the imagination. It's just niche. So if you want Koyanskaya to have more uses, you need to broaden the niche. So I agree with that. But if we're trying to say like, oh, we need Koyanskaya to be like dealing more damage than like Kukulkan, I disagree with that. I think that's stupid and bad, right? Like that's kind of the issue. And so like I'll see people like have that opinion and I'm just like, no, I don't agree. I think like basically you need to let Kukulkan be that damage oriented unit. You need to let Koyanskaya be that more niche support and like party charging unit. I think each one has their strengths. I think each one's good. And I have seen people try to say like, oh, but Kukulkan has 50% charge that can be targeted. I'm like, you're right. And that can be a thing and that could be used. However, most people are going to just take that 50% charge and use it right on Kukulkan. Why? Because there's not many other units in the game that deal more damage than Kukulkan. So why would you put it on someone else? Like, there is the niche scenario in a challenge environment where you're like, I need that person to get to their MP or we're all going to die. That makes sense. But most of the time, you're just going to do that. So a lot of people try to sit there and say like, oh, Kukulkan's the supportive unit. I'm like, I don't really feel like she is. I feel like the vast majority of use of Kukulkan is damage. Whereas the vast majority of uses of Koyanskaya are both. So that's where it's like, if you make Koyanskaya a more damage-oriented character, she becomes a monster. And that's where it's like, no, I don't think that's a fair comparison. Different servants have different niches, yeah. More damage, why not equal damage? Equal damage would actually be bad. Like I don't even want to see them equal in damage. I think Koyanskaya should do less. Cuckoo's 20-star turn passive is actually nuts also. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but you also have units out there like for instance, Raiko that just generates stars every NP, and if you're just NPing over and over and over again, you just always have stars, right? Like, stars in this game are a fucking joke now. Everybody gives stars. And, like, hey, what's that? Oh, gain 5 critical stars whenever you normal attack with a Buster card. There you go, right? Like, you just have stars baked into every single, like, supports kit. It's freaking wild at this point. Himiko is also a star unit that exists? Yeah, exactly. And, chat, so, no, I'm not calling out any particular person. Let me state that. Like, I have seen, like, so many people, like, go off and jump off the deep end on saying, like, Koyami needs a buff. Like, this is not directed at any one person. I'm okay with a nuanced argument for why Koyanskaya needs a buff and to the amounts, but just saying like, oh, like it's ridiculous she needs a buff because of Kukulkan. I'm like, no, I think you're just trying to say that she needs to do as much damage as Kukulkan. That's usually how that comes across to me. And that's where like I go like, no, I disagree with that. Remember when you had to run an assassin to get stars? Yeah. We used to call them the engine. Sort of the way to come up with old school like year one comps was that you basically had an engine, a star generator. You had a star soaker and basically a buffer. And so like essentially the soaker was your damage. The buffer was your support. And the engine was who generated the stars. And then along came things like Fragment of 2030, and the entire game begins to not care about stuff like this. And then along came things like slapping stars onto every craft essence, every mystic code, then putting them intrinsically into units' kits, then giving them to literally every meta support. And it became like, yeah, now we just assume we have stars. It's more like, wait, why don't we have stars if we don't? So, as a result, chat, I think you're right. We should give a buff to Castoria to give her crit stars. She's clearly one of the only meta supports that doesn't have it, so... Her middle skill being 7 turns is a travesty. You talking about Koyanskaya here? Yeah, I agree. I feel like this should be less. I'm going to say, like, this doesn't matter as much anymore. I think you're like the hill to die on is if a skill's cooldown is 8, in the sense that like the 5th append is so accessible now. Like, so, and I never posted that video. I need to post it, but it might set some people off. But the video where we talked about how coins are kind of dead, like if you guys remember that, like the fact that you guys can switch your appends around, not a big deal. Like every NP1 SSR can now be made to have both the 300 coins needed to be able to 120 the character and still have 120 coins left over to do one of their appends. What does this mean? It means you can at least 120 and get one append, right? But also, if you're not gonna 120 the character, this means it's much, much, much easier to get multiple appends. Like, you literally have enough coins baked into every unit now in their bond that you can at least get up to 3. Now, it may take you some time, but it does mean that, like, and like I said, chat, like most units, you probably only need like at most like 2 appends at any given moment. This does mean that you can like shift your appends around and just go like, well, okay, like I don't need the ruler append right now. I'm sticking with my mana loading, so now I'm just gonna like throw it over here on skill reloading, and there you go. Like this is where a lot of units are gonna live, is on the 2nd and 5th append. You may see some wanting their 3rd append for it being beneficial. You may see some wanting the crit damage. You may see some wanting the extra attack. It just depends. But I do think that it's really lessened the need to actually like min-max the character and get like all these coins. Because 90 from pulling? Yeah, that's a good point. I'm like not even considering the amount that you get from pulling, right? Because yeah, you now have 420 coins just in the actual bond. That's a lot. And if you think about it again, so it's like what, 360 is 3 appends, 480 is actually like your 4 appends right there. So like, yeah, basically getting an SSR at all would allow you to go to 4. Getting any SR to at least NP2 would be enough. And that's not respective of whether or not they're permanent or story locked. Because even a permanent, you still get 30 coins. I still think people are still going for rolls for NP6. People will. I don't care. Those people can do that. I don't think they're very smart, but it is what it is. Like, I've always said this before, but like, especially like content creators, like some content creators just gonna flex. Like they're gonna go like, I got NP6, look at me, behold, right? Like, and there's like, to a degree, that's gonna be why they're gonna do it. You're still gonna see that with your average person too. Your average player might still do that occasionally, just for the flex, just to be like, this is my favorite unit, behold, I have everything. But do you need to? No, not in the slightest. Like again, the beauty of this change, and while I think it's probably the worst possible way they could have done it by assigning it to bond rather than like giving us a farmable way to get coins. And I guess it's weird because some people will be like, oh, but you can farm bond. What do you mean, Cad? Bond is both finite because there's an upper limit to it, but also it is very long and protracted. I'm talking about more like, okay, what if they put coins in shops? What if they put coins on like training grounds? Like basically ways that you could actually like get them over time relatively easily. As opposed to like having to like hyper fixate and like always run the unit in order to bond them up type deal. Okay. Like to me, bonding is kind of the worst way they could have gone about it, but it's still a way and it still does solve the problem. It's still there and it does give us the coins that we actually need. Now, technically, everybody, even at NP1, can now participate in these systems, in the append system, in the grailing to 120 system, and that solves the issue that they originally had when they implemented the coin system. This is the thing that I called them out for originally, is that they did not have the way for your average player to be able to participate in those systems without just rolling more and incentivizing the rolling. Now the systems are open and available to everybody, so everyone can do it. If someone tells you that grailing to 120 is a whale thing right now, they're lying. It's not. If someone tells you that the append system is a whale thing right now, they're lying. It's not. Everyone can do it. It's just a matter of investing in your account and actually doing it and sitting down and you know, grinding it out. And again, it's not something you necessarily need to hyperfixate on. You can just run the unit in a backline, or you can, again, just use the unit and bond them up naturally over use. So it's up to you guys to determine how to go about it. Yeah, NP6 was never necessary in that regard. This just lessened any pressure. If someone's like, oh man, I gotta get NP6, it's like, no, you don't. You're just doing that because you want to, right? Yeah, I if anything, I almost agree with you. I actually wish that like the stuff was like front loaded rather than back loaded. In a weird way, I almost wish that the coins gave more upfront for like the first 1 to 5 levels, and then actually like trailed off so that it gave less reward, rather than it ramping up. But I get it. Like, this does incentivize you to bond and to use the units more, rather than just kind of getting everything easier on the front end and then having less benefit to using them more. But if you think about it, if you design it the other way around, it incentivizes you to invest in everybody a little bit and use more of a broader spectrum of units rather than hyperfixating and only using 1 or 2 units. So it is what it is. We're getting that system in NA anniversary, maybe 8? Maybe. All right, so chat, I was a dumb, and I literally spent down all my AP, but we're going to go do Lost Belt 7 now. So again, this is Saberface only run. Apparently, the FP roll that I did was a dumb. No 2 stars. Damn, am I that tight? I am that tight. I need to spend some time off stream and actually like store some of my Cs / make some bombs. Okay, we'll finally be able to finish part 2 here though. I'm gonna turn the sound on and I'm gonna mute the music. Cleaning my keyboard. Ah, it's all good. Nega Saint Courts also intensify pond farming. Yeah, you're not wrong. That's one way to make people do it. Tomorrow raid. Raid for me is in... Let's see, I'll round up. I'll say in 25 minutes it's going to be 10 o'clock. So... Raid for me is in basically 27 hours. When I was too tired? Yeah. Well, they kind of did a lot of exposition dump, and Creamy was telling me, I think it's like chapter 5 or whatever has a shit ton more exposition dump. I was also telling Trubs last night, like, I know a little bit more here, right? Like, I've told you guys that. I've already figured some of this out, and I kind of know what's going on to some degree. But, like, as much of a, like, cliche and meme the whole amnesia thing is, I have to give so much credit to Nasu, because this is such a fun... Like I have mad respect for what he pulled here. It's to me done in such a shit way, but it doesn't freaking matter because this is such a fun way to go about the story. Like to actually like have this develop further. Like, I think Nasu just knew, it's like, yeah, it's kind of a shit way to actually get the people to this point, but no one's actually gonna care because everyone's just gonna laugh at it. Also, I think it's echoing, so hold on, chat. You're hearing it double, that's my bad. There you go. See, we're gaslighting her. You don't always have to be clever and smart to make a good story. Yeah, like, I guess the reason I'm trying to say it's like, it's so stupid where it's like, oh, she basically got bonked and she has amnesia. Like, that's such a, like, crap cliche thing. There's no real basis for it. And I don't care because this is such a fun thing. Like, if that makes any sense. It's such a fun way to experience interactions with Olga Marie. And I remember when this came out on JP, like, everyone was surprised that it went down this way. No one expected this type thing. So in that regard, it was a rug pull, but it's like the best type of rug pull, where it's like, okay, fair. We did not think you were going to do that. Just making my president constellation? So she's a noble then. Scalabonk and the Hammer Fist, yes. Starts 5 p.m. Sunday my time, which would be 4 a.m. Sunday your time. See, that's what I originally heard, but Trump's told me it was 1 a.m. So yeah, like it may be 31 hours from now instead. I will double check that. Not a crutch. Oh, I think it is. I think it absolutely is. Because I think if she didn't have amnesia, she'd be blowing our freaking heads off right now. It's absolutely a crutch. But I don't care. Like I said, it's just fun. We just the reader will literally not care, and Nasu knows it. He's just like, yeah, whatever. Like it's just everyone's going to enjoy having the interaction rather than not. So it is what it is. It's just a means to an end. It's a way to get you to that interaction. It's a shit way, but it's such a fun interaction. I'm surprised we actually told her everything here. Hold on. We must have left some stuff out. Particularly the foreign god. Now that she said this, I kind of want her to recover her memories. Just so that she's like, fuck. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, there is a gaping hole. Who's the antagonist? A full 10 out of 10. Yep. Damn. And pass at most 24 hours together. I think the main character, so like one, I suspect we already knew of her before that point because I think we had been in Chaldea for a little bit before. And two, I'm gonna say there's, I think, a lot of like regret over what happened. So if anything, we just want to be like a friend to her. I'm okay with some force support, but I do think it's overdone. I think, like, you know, you want to do it like in a one-off scenario, that's fine. But I think the devs do it a lot of the time basically to increase difficulty. Like, I think there's a narrative aspect to it, certainly, but... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Mr. President, get down! Hold on, chat. Let me blow my nose. Sorry about that. I'm getting like some like sinus pressure headache here. And I think it's just because of all the congestion that's been left over from this crud that I had. Ah, into the period ring. Alright, chapter 3. Let's go. Chapter 3, and I've still only done one fight with Saberface. Oh, I'm sorry, chat. I totally forgot. I totally forgot capture card breaker was in effect. Wait. Whose distortions keep Mala's blessings at bay. Why would you want to keep her blessings at bay? Unless it's just saying like that's a weird way of saying like it repels the effects of Mala. Not for the better. Gonna put you Habitat out of it? Nice. Well, I think it's like, if anything to us, that should just be Tuesday, right? Like, Like, Olga's just yet another person that we've seen, like, fade out of existence type deal. But, one, it was, like, the first one, and two, again, I think we just feel really, really bad for her in the way it went down. To the bottom layer. What? Chico Nahualoyan? I hope I didn't butcher that. But Nahualo. Yeah, I can't even say it fast. Okay. So basically, Apanahuacalhuia is the river Styx. Draw you a picture later. I just glaze all over the names. Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm just trying not to a degree, because I'm sure there's going to be a test. I also do know a little bit, like, Aztec and Mayan stuff. It's just... God, it has been so long. Yep, that sounds about right. Huh. Meteorite devastated everything, huh? So the only thing that's really weird here is I'm surprised that the Humanity Foundation is not also EX for this, and that it's A++. Because, like, humanity here isn't even humanity at all. It's dinosaurs. Which, like, I mean, I get it, right? But, like, even in the Russian Lost Belt, humanity there was like, oh, it's a bunch of like furry werewolf people. And it's like, but they actually were originally humans. Here, it doesn't feel like they were, at least not yet. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe the dinosaurs were once humans, but that's something that hasn't been discussed. Oh no. Oh, thank God she doesn't remember. Yeah, let's tell her that Ort is like the biggest, most angriest of all dinosaurs. And that every time you kill him, another Ort takes his place. He's not a spider, but a roach. Exactly. Can you really call this just a river? Ah, damn. I recognize this. In other words, it wasn't here when Tepeo originally came. Abby Cat? Yes. A stronger refutes proper human history. Yeah, that's the only reason why I'm saying is like I feel like it should be EX because it's like again, like the ratings in Nasuverse always go like, you know, like basically like F to A, right? And EX is always something that is like it's not necessarily stronger than A, it's just different. It's unique is basically the way to think about it. Because like LB6 was unique. This one is not, and that's surprising to me. But I get it. But I think the narrative always says the MC is a normal human. It's an everyman trope. This is a literary writing trope so that you feel like you're the MC, I feel like I'm the MC, Raisin feels like he's the MC, Ice Queen feels like she's the MC, Zach feels like he's the MC, yada yada yada, right? Like that's exactly why. It's done to make every single person, also I'm sorry if I misgendered anyone, every single person feel like they are the main character, right? I'm the ultimate protag, except burning. It's not meant to apply to burning. Burning is instead absolutely just right out. Restricted? Man. Well, guess we're not getting a fight with the Saberfaces again. So again, chat, this does not invalidate the Saberface only run. I just stuck doing it. There's nothing I can do for this. It's a 1 out of 2 with 6 remaining. Oh, whatever. Could probably easily kill here. Oh, sweet, it died. That's actually perfect. Unfortunate nature is this will not happen again. I can get my extra attack to go off at least. So just FYI chat, the extra attack did reset to the first enemy. Another interesting thing to denote is AoE attacks will reset in a chain. So like in a traditional carding chain, if that had not been an AoE attack, it all would have gone into the left enemy. But because the extra attack is literally AoE, it literally had a breakpoint that it reevaluated what it should be attacking. In a similar way to also if you break up a chain with an NP. Do I want to press that? Probably not. That's still funny to me. Okay, so I can't get her extra attack. Her Buster is AoE though. I think we just go ahead and mold Camelot. But yeah, I will ask chat, please don't debate the nature of LB7 in here, because some of y'all are working with a full deck. Again, it's more me, like, noting that out loud and being hypothetical. Hello, Doc. You will go for the New Year's unit? Yeah. Okay, so we have Giant Iguana. He is a berserker. I think I'm probably okay, but let's go ahead and heal. Get that sucker on cooldown. Yeah, I was just curious to see how many voice lines she had for that. Like, and this is really funny because, like, it's very clear that this is going to be a playable unit at some point. They went to all the effort to develop all of this. Actually, she's probably going to kill anyways. I'm going to invert that for just a little bit more stars. Maybe Annie year 10. There's a lot of theories that we're going to get her for free. Because the Olga fights that happen in like the Ordeal Call section, like we're getting fragments of her, it seems. So it's like we assume we're getting a free copy at this point. But we'll see. But she needs new skills. Why does she need new skills? You're saying these skills aren't good? Let me see if I can taunt that. I don't remember whether or not I can. Oh, I should have busted her. Damn it. Should have bunker bolted her. It might have killed. It probably would have. Oh, right. I don't have full charge. Weird place to put the Buster, but it's gonna make the other two cards do more damage. As long as she keeps her weird laugh, oh, I'm sure she will. Would she be our first UR servant? There's a lot of people that have theorized that's what the rainbow thing means. I think that the rainbow thing may just be narrative. Like, it just may be because it's like, oh, she's like literally like some unquantifiable thing, right? But if she is like a 6-star, like they could do that, right? Oh, it broke. But like, as long as she's the only 6-star, no one cares. Like it doesn't actually break things. But if they started to put a like, if it was like, oh, now we have 6-star units and there's 6 stars in the gacha, that's yikes, right? Yeah, I've had a lot of people ask me like, oh, do I think there'll be 6 stars and stuff? And it's like, I don't really think so. So this would be a great time to be like, oh, you're not omnipotent? Is there something we need to watch out for? Like, do you have a weakness? Okay, she was a tiny bit worried about us, chat. Now we can feel better. Oh, that's true. We have the Nemo Marines. Surely we can sail this. Wait. Okay. Yeah, it feels like it's a response instead to the first response. Not like to the second one. Oh yeah, Noah will probably eventually be a thing. I still like the like crazy out there theory that somehow King Hassan is actually Noah. Which means that Kirei's VA is Noah. That's a weird line there. Yeah, this is what I thought was coming. I take back everything nice I just said about King Protea. Up to 2 servants of your party can be set. Oh, look! I can't choose. Yeah, we're gonna take mine. My Happy Cat better than Game's Happy Cat. Six 10-6 skill better. Wait, was the other one a 10-10-10 MP5? Impressive if it was. Oh, really? Yeah, I assumed it was scuffed because, you know. This is the mechanic here. I think it's just a 5 turn. It's literally just survive. Oh, well, fuck that. I'm taking that. He's molding? Yep. Yep. Means that King Protea is singing the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure song, Fighting Mold. Okay, Happy not looking too hot there. Yeah. I like how her feet aren't even like on the ground. She's just floating. Well, Habitra's gonna die. I'm not sure it's worth keeping her alive. Oh, it's just I mean, chat, it's a writer versus an alter ego, right? Like... Wait, was it 3 turns? Or was it just Habitrot dying? Cad likes the feet? I do not. Wait, why would I not remember King Protea? If he doesn't appear in main story. Maybe... It's probably if you didn't do CCC yet? Yeah. Like... But yeah, I guess it's just, it's available to everybody regardless. Yeah, but then why'd you say that you were gonna smush us? Just because we mentioned Chaldea. Born from the ocean of milk. Damn. Yeah, she could probably just walk us across. I'm technically a kaiju. So I really like this, by the way, chat. This is funny to me because there's a lot of words when we get to like localizing things that like in the past translators used to not translate because they didn't have a good alternative really, and it was somewhat unique, and like it was just kind of a like in universe type of thing. Kaiju's a definite example of that. This is really funny to me because they didn't localize this word, but they absolutely have localized other words. I actually prefer this method because this is why you have certain terms that are known amongst the anime community for being what they are. Exactly because of this. So it's like, yeah, I don't know why the localization like community has decided, oh, now we're just going to try to like hard translate everything. When, yeah, like most people know what a kaiju is now due to just cultural osmosis. Kaiju happened enough that English stole the word. I feel like if I were to go up to my brother and I was like, hey, do you know what a kaiju is? He would be like, I have no idea. Like, he would just be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Right? Keep the Japanese culture a Japanese culture. It's good. Yeah. Is he a film buff? I feel like there's a difference between being a film buff and being an eccentric film buff. And chat, you're going to hate me for this, but I'm going to say stuff like Pacific Rim, Godzilla. I think Godzilla is probably your example of where it like it's most mainstream. But I think all that does sort of get into eccentricity and it not necessarily being like, you know, oh, this is like the most mainstream thing. Because I guarantee you, if I were to like pull chat, how many of you have seen Pacific Rim? Like the majority of you would say yes. But if I were to like go out there and just like walk out on the street and ask a random person if they've seen Pacific Rim, I would probably get majority no. And that's why I'm saying this, chat. Like that is kaiju is an example of a word that is known by hold on. It is literally breaking. I've not actually, yeah. But it's the example of a word that is known because of that cultural osmosis. Less like, hey, you know, like it's the most popular thing. Like oh, baseball and kaijus. Like, yeah, no, it's not that. It's not achieved cultural relevancy. It's because you guys are in the like anime community that you know about it. Or again, I'd say anime community. I'd say just greater overall like Japanese cultural appreciation community. So it's like you like mechs, Godzilla. You're gonna probably know a little bit more about kaiju. Also, you know, literally the recent anime Kaiju number 8, right? Like every anime person should know about kaiju now. FGO knows its audience. Yeah. Like I think the thing I'm trying to point out here is I actually have no problem with them leaving the word kaiju in. I have more of a problem with the fact that they don't do that at other times. Like, for instance, all according to Keikaku. Translator's note, Keikaku means plan. So, like, it would have literally been said all according to Keikaku, but, like, quite literally, they would have given you a note, and the note still lets you understand what it means, but this is why we also, like, just know this meme of this phrase. Straight up, right? Yeah, translator notes, far superior to localization. I will take translator's notes 10 out of 10 times. I think they're better. I think they provide you with context and understanding, and it makes you understand the language a little bit more. This is why people don't like localizers. Because we used to get translator's notes all the time. Now we don't get them really ever. Like, I feel like where you most commonly get them is probably in manga. But we don't really get them in anime anymore. Whereas, like, when anime first started becoming popular over here, and we started getting a lot of it, like, subbed into English, that's where you started to have a lot of translator's notes. But since then, it's just been cut down. Gintama's full of them? Yeah. And I love it. Because without those translator's notes, you do not at all understand the jokes that Gintama's making. Oh, God. Can't develop in a vacuum, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, you could almost blame Crunchyroll for it. Like, the corporatization of the subbing being a thing rather than being fan translation is definitely an issue. And you could say the same thing even for like FGO's localization. That is why it's localization and not necessarily translation. I'm sure the developers would get deeply upset over hearing me say that, but it is largely the truth. I do think they care. I do think they try to do their best, but this is this is why you have disputes over things like the name Tam Lin and stuff. Because if you had an actual translator's note, there would be more understanding there. but we didn't. Hamlin, I kind of like, though, not gonna lie. Oh yeah, but there's a lot of people that are deeply upset about it. And I'm like, at least with context, you would have understood their decision. Biotech, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Damn. No one uses those names anyways. I do agree with that. Like, the dispute over whether or not it should be Tamlin or Fairy Knight is stupid. Nobody even calls them Lancelot, like, or Tristan or anything like that. Everyone just literally calls them by their actual true name. That was cool though. So I'll say this: the fact that people think Tamlin isn't cool is definitely an issue. Okay, chat. It's time. I hate the FGO community sometimes. And the reason why is because of Camazotz. And the reason why is because the FGO community cannot collectively shut their fucking mouth. Yeah, if you have made it to this point as an NA player without hearing this name, congratulations, you won the lottery. Because JP players are fucking awful at just blurting their fucking names out. Because quite literally, everybody and their brother kept being like, oh my god, I want Camazotz! Oh my god, Camazotz! I love Camazotz! Shut the fuck up! And here's the reason why this upsets me, and why I'm going to say this. As somebody who played through JP, as somebody who did not read the story, you cannot know about Camazotz unless you did read the story. You could have fought him, but you wouldn't have actually known much of anything unless you could read. Therefore, this is my issue with it. Everybody blurting out anything to do with this name knew they were spoiling and knew exactly what they were doing. It's one of the bad things about this community. I understand people are excited because people really like this character. And we're going to get into that. You're going to see why that is. I'm not telling you to hate the character. I'm pointing out the community has a major problem with not letting other people enjoy the story the way they did. They have to immediately run to Twitter, run to Reddit, run into someone's fucking stream, and blurt this shit out, knowing full well that some of the people there are going to get spoiled by it. This is the same thing as the Oberon and Vortigern situation. And it's like, you know, Oberon exists as a playable unit. What you don't necessarily know unless you've done LB6 is that his true name is Vortigern. So the fact that people walked around with LB6 and started blurting out Vortigern everywhere was also a spoiler. In this case, Camazotz is not playable, and yet everyone and their brother wanted to talk about Camazotz. You also will not really meet him if you skip through the story. You will obviously have encounters with him, but if you cannot read Japanese, you don't know who you're actually fighting. You have no context there. So again, the people sitting there and talking about it are literally just trying to spoil you. I wish the FGO community would just respect each other enough to not want to spoil each other. It's so sad, and I'm so disappointed in people. Because, again, for 2 years, this is the worst kept secret of LB7. Because everyone and their brother can't not talk about him. And I hate it. I really, really hate it. So, anyways, rant over. Hence, I did everything to avoid LB7. Yeah. Yeah, it's like I said, I'm happy that some of y'all managed to avoid it, but dear God, everywhere I went, I saw this. And it was just so sad. Hate this guy so far? Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, I'm not telling you every single person's gonna love it, but some of you will be like, oh my God, I love him. And other people will be like, yeah, I hate him. So it just is the way it is. Now it's worse with JP doing recollection. No, not really. Like the worst issues that I've seen have been like basically just people wanting to talk about him and like people being like, hey, do you think we're getting Camazotz as a servant? Hey, do you think Camazotz is going to be our New Year servant? Hey, do you think Camazotz is coming out right now? Hey, do you think Camazotz could be the next banner? Like, I get it. It's like you like him. I also just don't want to talk about him. This is also, and to make clear, chat, when people ask me, hey, what do I think like the JP New Year servant is going to be? What do I think the next upcoming person on JP is going to be? Like, this is why I don't often answer, or I give vague, like, non-committal answers. I am purposefully not spoiling. I knew about this guy. I knew quite a bit already. You didn't spoil me, but it's so sad to see how many people do get spoiled. And I think it's a travesty. Yeah, I do agree with that, Bedivere. I think they could have absolutely done a better job. But it is what it is. You like him, but just shut the fuck up is my feeling. I completely agree. Like, people literally, they just gotta do better. Especially do right by each other. You wouldn't want yourself spoiled. Don't spoil other people. Also, in case anyone is curious, there is a huge discussion in one of the prior anniversaries by Nasu about why Camazotz is probably not being summonable. So if you're ever curious, go read that. But yeah, that was definitely one of those problems. Even Nasu had to address it because so many people wouldn't freaking shut up about it. So if you're thinking I'm making a mountain out of a molehill, even Nasu himself had to address this issue. How far ahead is NA compared to JP in regards to LB7's release? Not at all. We're right on cue. 0 days. Yeah, if you like King Protea, you probably don't like him very much right now. In chat, I'm going to go ahead and say that right there, that particular scene should have just made everybody question whether or not he even would be summonable. A dev diary for the 31st? Yeah. I mean, it's probably going to talk about like LB7 Part 2's release date and as well as like the anniversary and GSSR stuff. Protect the kaiju, burn the bat, yes. New Year stuff. Did I say anniversary? Yeah, I'm sorry. I have a really bad habit of flip-flopping New Year's and anniversary in my head. Am I gonna stream it? I mean, I don't know. What day is the 31st? Tuesday, right? What time does it come out on the 31st? No way, is that... And the falls are blood red now. Did Nasu say anything about that? About what? Yeah, you guys need to go read Nasu's explanations. I can't TLDR them to you. Drubs read through them all. I'm sure he has a video about it. That is not something that I ever included in my summaries when I would go over them. And the reason why is because basically I knew even covering those sections would have been complete story spoilers. Oh yeah, basically Artemis is a cheat. That's formation restriction. Yeah, I don't know about that, chat. Why am I using a 6-10-6? That's why. Mine's better. Might have 2 levels on me on the other 2 skills, but I have 2 NP levels and 2 more skill levels on the skill that matters the most. Chat trying to gaslight me into taking a worse Habitrot. Also, this has got to be someone's fetish. Like, straight up in the gimp suit. Wait, defeated if Habitrot goes down? Oh, fuck. Well, that's gonna be fun. Oh, I should have held on that. Remember to MP with Habitrot? Oh yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Oh, and the NP resistance is there. Yuck. It's what Arco's. Finding out your daughter grew up and started liking BDSM, Jesus. We gotta risk it here for a little bit. I definitely should not have put Black Grail on her, but... Nice, that crit's just nasty. Black Grail for the challenge, you right. That MP sealed her. Ash is probably dead. Let's just cure it. Critter and G isn't helping me here. Yeah. K-Scope would have been a smarter call. Oh, absolutely. How do I want to go about this? Okay. Here, have an attack up, Avatar. There we go. It still worked. I absolutely did not play that correctly because, as chat pointed out, I did not remember that it was the NP twice with her that was the mechanic there. Where I go in? No, it's fine. I just didn't even look at my my freaking handy dandy cheat sheet. I draw it every time. Yeah, seems she did. Hmm. This is all HP bar recovery. Oh, this is gonna be rough. Uh, Also a great reaction. Thank God, he's just the helpful neighborhood priest. He just wants to help chat. That's all it really is. Wait, did dance not work on Aurelia? Here, I got you. Oh, that may be why. Like Aurelia herself has stopped working. Got a second chat. Well, that node looks disgusting now. Father Kotomine. Wait, would we actually like obviously like we know who Kotomine is, but like would the protagonist know? Did he introduce himself as that back then? Okay, maybe that's why. Yeah, I was like, wait, have we actually ever like met him in that like line there? That's right, the hand of the Lord's at work. Yeah, that's why he shot a rocket launcher at us. Your faithful butler. What is this dialogue? The fucking look on his face, yeah. Dude, yeah, like, he's gotta be, like, going through a loop. He's like, shit. The leader of our organization is now in cahoots with our enemy. No, Nemo Marine, you fucking idiot. Why would you say that? He's gonna realize what was said there. Oh, okay, never mind. He's already on the take. Oh, that look of disgust. Ordinary powerless priest. Yeah, you're totally not our New Year's unit. Yeah, we don't want to call him a disciple of the foreign god. God, this is like watching Koromine with Rin all over again. It's so, like, tragic. He got what he deserved, as wretched and as miserable as the man himself just deserts. Oh, fuck. Yeah, we're gonna go with the second. Oh, we're gonna exercise. Calavera. Uh. Ah. Jesus. Yeah, how did you know that Kamazots was using our command spells, Rasputin? Are you watching? Waiting? Commiserating? So we can only summon in the underworld sections then? Of which we know there's at least 4? Olga doesn't like that. Olga likes that. With what you know now and the choices you make very soon. So they basically told you the mechanics right there. He's just reminding you, like, hey, remember, this is what she does. And it literally... Oh, no, okay, it didn't kick me out. It just completed. All right, chat. I say we do it. Screw it. Got nowhere else to be right now. Unfortunately, no Saberfaces count to the gimmicks. One does. But it's not a very good one. I didn't even know you could counter the gimmicks. Yeah, if you take certain units, you can. It's okay. I'm basically not going to be able to, so. Speaking of which, chat, if you put up a Castoria with with MLB Prismacosmos, I definitely appreciate it. We'll run with this for right now. Mash is not a requirement. Sweet. Means I can get rid of her. Now, chat, there's a shuffle mechanic here, right? Is it like the Babylonia shuffle, where like turn one it just exchanges the front for the back line? I think it's random. Okay, that's problematic, but I can do something about it. Cast your shit with Prisma? Did you just take 3? That's definitely possible. I'm just debating, should I bother to slot in anything else? I can't even fit it, so it doesn't really matter. Definitely a little bit worried here. Because I'm more worried that she's going to shred me faster than I can deal with her. Okay, we got AK. Gonna go with hardest for the extra health there. And the NP2. Well, we'll see. We're just gonna have to do it and go and hope. Pray to God. Because this might very well mess up. The traits don't work on the back line? That'll be a problem if that's the case. Well, either I got a lucky draw or it didn't matter. What's her bar break? Drains all gauges by 50%. That fucking sucks. Ignores defensive buffs for 3 turns. That also fucking sucks. Alright, sweet. End it. We easily have enough damage. It looks like the refund there is good, so if I have to scuff, I can actually go back and do the Castorias. Okay, that's fine. 5k a hit, though, is not. Oh, so it's every turn. Okay. I was not familiar. How dare I, chat? Every bar? Well, it's about to happen again. Okay, skill steal for 1 turn. That's actually nothing if it happens before the swap. If it happens after the swap, I'm terrified. Kind of. Actually, the real problem is if it rotates my Squirtoria out. Then there's not much I can do, and I have to wait until she kills someone, or it rotates again to bring her back in. Okay, it just is. So, yeet, 3 turn, baby. Oh yeah, it's fine, Ash. I did ask for it, so... That could have definitely gone worse. I will absolutely take it. Like, if anything, that was actually, like, perfectly optimal, because it got rid of a Castoria and got her in, so that I had another turn of Invuln, and another, like, attack up for the party. Squirt do be squirtin', yep. Oh, better Twitch TV. I got you. Yeah. Still good. I thought you were trying to get on to someone. I'd like to point out he has 10 seconds. Like, he would have had a hard time even saying that all in 10 seconds. Exorcism Punch! Vlad Castoria Tamalo? Yeah. I mean, thankfully the health values there are not too bad. Like, it was scary when you first meet her, because it's like, oh god, it's this million, and it keeps going up by this many million, like, more, right? You're just like, please, no, don't do this again, type deal. Wait. I have to fight her again? This must just be like a 5 turn or something. Unless we're fighting... Oh god, is it Rasputin? Is it fucking Rasputin? Oh, no, it's the mask. Yeah, it's the mask. Well, at least it's Saberface. The MASH must be a starting member, which means you don't have to be, which means I can definitely get rid of MASH first thing. Oh, of course. It forgot the Mystic Code every fucking time. But this is the one time where it didn't forget and it would have fucked me. The one time it didn't reset. I completely missed out on the full heal gimmick. I mean, that's fine. I'm okay with completely missing out on the annoying mechanic that I can't counter as a Saberface player. Okay. The good news is I don't have to worry about saving command seals. So it means I can just go ahead and use them in my farming nodes. Not that I'm doing much of anything right now. Okay. Boom. You know, I probably should have read what his mechanic was. But I didn't. Well, only 205%. You're close. We almost didn't refund. Oh. Oh, okay. That was the thing. I mean, like, congrats, you played yourself, but like, I guess that was an option that you could have done. We need to understand mechanics when Unga Boonga Excalibur Vivian. Yep. Damn, he stopped me from carding against him. I would have gone back to 200%. Yeah. Oh, do we get a command seal back? Let's go. But I can now summon. Yeah. And an arrogant human who thinks of herself as a summoner, no less. Does she not remember us? Ah. King Protea question mark. This alterization? Nope. Nice. Oh wow, I'm surprised the story didn't continue. Maybe we go straight into section 4? And now, chat, you understand why it is that apparently part 2 got delayed. Because of the map. This is why. And if you've ever seen this, like, you'll see it as we go into, like, new sections, but basically, it literally will, like, move us into each section as we continue to, like, keep going. So it's really, like, I don't like the fact that it breaks things, right? Oh, here, we can actually show you. So, like, boom, right? So, like, it's definitely a really cool feature. I do think this was an amazing idea. Probably not worth delaying the Lost Belt for, but they definitely killed it. It's just a case of, like, man, they really need to pay the animation department more and get them more people. But alright, chat. With that, we have wrapped up section 3. We didn't get very far tonight. I probably want to stream for you guys again tomorrow, though. We'll maybe try to get further in this, because, again, we got a lot of stuff coming up here. So that's going to be my goal. I know it's Saturday, but I have the time, so I don't know when I'll be live. I'll try to let you guys know, but definitely not until, like, the afternoon, so that'll be a thing. But, yeah, I'd like to be able to continue this tomorrow, so I'll see you guys for that. Let me see who all is on tonight, who all I can give some love to. I am seeing Mr. CZ. He's on right now. I'm going to go send you guys his way. He is also playing some FGO. If you guys have never checked CZ out, do me the favor, go give him the follow. He's a member of Team Explosion, my stream team. He's a good buddy of mine. And again, he loves to play a lot of gotcha games. So you guys can ask him about FGO or any other gotcha game you got questions about. Again, I hope you guys enjoyed. I will see you guys for the next one. Go give CZ my love. And good night.